right, it is 8:30 a.m. and I am going to call to order the council meeting of Tuesday, January 14th. Are there any additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham.
For council committee reports, I will add Women in Business Awards, March 7th, 2025, please.
Okay, so that would be 9.2.
Sorry.
Oh, Councillor Phobes.
I was stretching at the same time. Could we add a report from the Torrington Firefighter Award Service evening that we attended?
Okay. Torrington Firefighter Appreciation Night. That's 9.3. Anyone else? Okay. Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. The regular council meeting minutes of December 10th have been pre-circulated. Are there any corrections? Not seeing anyone with any corrections, so Councillor Deputy Reid McGee.
I move to approve the minutes of December 10th, 2024 regular meeting of council as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the December 10th, 2024 council meeting minutes as presented. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Okay, the first item on our agenda would be 4.1, which is policy 13-2, grader and gravel services. So, Mr. Conkin, welcome. Happy New Year and welcome back.
Same to you guys.
Anytime you are ready.
Thank you very much. The review pertaining to policy 13-2 was presented to committee of the whole on November 19th. So just going over a couple of the key points again, we would be removing the private laneway plowing. We've added revisions for both summer and winter maintenance of activities for paved and chip sealed roads. We made revisions to the minimum grader rotations requirements. We added in some references regarding our winging methods, dirt trail maintenance has been added to this policy and removed from a separate policy, so we have all our maintenance under one. And then our regraveling program has the reduction there from 400 miles to 300 miles, and then we have our sorry, I'm blanking on the word here. Our monitoring program specified in the RFD here, and yeah, I think that kind of brings us up to speed there. If there's any questions on that.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Conkin. Please, Councillor Phobes.
The snow removal part, and I'll always come back to this just because I have some ratepayers that have phoned me in regards to this and some concerns that they have, and I'm looking at it from this perspective. I know that one of the reasons why we're not doing it is due to legal or insurance reasons. Can you let me know, or through the chair, through Mr. Hogan, were there any recent incidents or claims that have highlighted these concerns?
Mr. Hogan?
I'll defer that question to the presenter.
Okay, Mr. Conkin.
Through the chair there, as of right now, no, we have not had any recent issues or claims through that.
Councillor Phobes.
And I know we had this conversation in the CAL meeting, but I had some questions after the CAL meeting. So another reason is the size of the equipment going into the properties. In the town of Torrington, where I live, there is no grader coming in to move our snow. It is a blade on the front of the truck. So could we consider this as a viable option for those residents that use this service?
Mr. Conkin, go ahead.
Through the chair. Definitely a possibility. Once again, that's up to council to direct if we want to look at that route as a possibility. We do have other equipment, obviously, we gotta make sure that our main priorities are done first, so those driveways might not get done as quick as the graders get them done, so they might be 2 days per se, before they get plowed. But yes, we definitely have that possibility of looking into those options if that's the wish of council.
Councillor Forbes?
And the reason why is when you go into your dirt trail snow plowing, it does state that it may take place only after other Kneehill County roads have been cleared as per priority list. We could use this, as well as you also have further in the thing about having them sign a waiver. We could use that same waiver, could we not, for the snow plowing of our private residents for the few that we get? A reason why I'm going here with this is because I'm looking at it from a perspective of if an emergency should happen at their home and we have not provided a service that because they don't have the equipment to do it at this current time, and we're providing a service and our emergency vehicles can't get in there to help them, does this become an issue that we need to look at?
Through the chair, I believe our requirements would be having the roads open and accessible for them. So I think that's kind of where administration is leaning towards, backing off of the private laneway from taking time away from our roads and that priority. Once again, there could be an emergency while there's snow events going on, right? We are just trying to make sure those roads are accessible for the emergency services to get to the residents. I think at that point, it's on the resident. If I'm not speaking out of turn here, it's on the resident to make sure that they have accessible or can get in and out to the emergency services. But that is where our policy comes in and where that is a service that we could provide if that's the wish of council.
Okay, Councillor Forbes, please.
So for the members sitting around the table with me, I'm looking at this from a perspective of where I sit on ASB, as some of you do, and our haying of our ditches have now become an issue. So why wouldn't this be considered the same as what our haying is? That's where I'm at with stuff. Like, I feel like the municipality is here to do services, and yet we keep restricting their services that we're providing to private residents. Now, if this was every resident in the county needing snow plowing, I would say absolutely. But it's so few and far and in between for the amount of people that we provide this service to. Why would we eliminate this service to those few people that require it?
So I guess that, from my point of view, that's more a question for council than it is for
And
Mr.
that's why I said
Conkin.
around
And
the
so, and I guess one of the clarifications I'm looking for from yourself, Councillor Forbes, in terms of the discussion that you're having here is you are referring to the snow plowing and the use of smaller equipment for snow plowing. So my question would be, is then, are you all right with the private lane grading not being done, because that specifically would require graders being in property? So are you just, is your concern specifically related to the snow plowing side of this question? And then the question for council would need to be, is this a change in policy that we want to direct administration to make to re-include the snow plowing side of things? So I guess I'll ask you the question first, is it just the snow plowing? And then the question becomes for all of council, whether we want to ask administration to return this.
As far as I understand from the RFD being provided to us, it's just around the snow plowing that's being removed from those. It's not the grading past the properties.
So this policy change refers to both snow removal and grading of private laneways. And so both of those are being removed from the policy.
So I guess the questions that I have received from the public is around the snow plowing part of it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, so council, Councillor Christie.
Just a comment, I talked to a local contractor that does snow plowing with 3 machines all winter, does half a dozen private laneways basically on a yearly fee. Didn't tell me what that fee was, but he said as they go by, they do it. They do get called occasionally to do private laneways, and those are big 4-wheel drive tractors, but they're still more agile than a grader.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Penner.
I did not hear from any ratepayers, but that doesn't mean my decision is made here. I worry about smaller equipment. if we put that in here for the size of equipment we're going to use, because some people's driveways are very long and they're treed up and down, and so that snow does build in there, and then I'm worried about that smaller equipment getting stuck on a good snow year, like we haven't seen it in a while, it's just this year. I think, yes, there are some residents, and especially our elderly, that this has been life and death to them. They're relying on it. So can we continue to do it? I'll weigh that up here, part of our discussion. So, and when it comes back to the haying side, you had mentioned about the haying side. To me, it's two different things here. The haying is done on the municipal roads, and we're talking about private driveways here. That's
Okay, are there any other thoughts, clarification, discussion? Councillor Cunningham.
So kind of I mean, I've said this, I feel like I've said this 10 times, but just to say it again, I do get calls about this. I have had calls about this, lots of discussions. And I'm just gonna always go back to it. I guess my question always is, what are we here for? And we're here to serve the public. What I'm hearing is people are like, service levels are going down, my taxes are going up, county's buying more equipment, but we're doing less service. We're gonna gravel 100 miles less. Why do we need the equipment? Those are the questions that I'm getting asked, and the roads are important, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that we do that's important, but the roads are really, I mean, one of the top things for me. So I'm just gonna always go back to this. I'm not in favor of reducing that service level.
Okay, any other comments or thoughts from council related to the question on snow removal in private laneways? So I guess what I would be looking for is, if we're changing the recommendation, I have a couple of questions. One is, I would look for direction from council to administration to make that change in the policy. And secondly, the question I would have is around the liability side of things. And I would look for some more clarification from administration just around how great a risk we see ourselves at, and whether or not that's a manageable risk to the county. I don't know who wants to field that one, but okay, Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, we've been managing the risk up until this point. It does represent an enhanced risk to what it would do if we didn't have that in place. But if that's a risk that council is willing to continue with, it can be managed on our end. Depending on what council wants to see as a service level, we would go back and undertake what it might be to achieve that, because I think what we've talked about here, if it's not graders, what is it? Are we using small plows? Does the county need to invest in a piece of equipment like a four-wheel drive tractor, etc.?
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions related to this, or direction? Ultimately, the recommendation is that the policies stand as being recommended today. And if we're asking for a change on, and I hear Councillor Fobe saying specifically related to snow plowing, then we need to direct administration to make that change. So in order to do that, I would be looking for a motion that would suggest that we direct administration to go back and to assess the risks and to look at reinstating private lane snow removal. Councillor Forbes?
I would make that motion. What I'm really looking for is to find out what the liability is in order for me to make a clear decision on whether or not to remove this or not. I mean, we hear the liability, but no one's told me what the actual liability is and what that's a cost to the county. For the, what is it, 6 to 10 properties that we do?
Through the chair, there's about 15 users in 2023, 2024 winter there, so.
So maybe at this point, we're maybe not at a point where we make that direction to administration. We might be looking for just more information. Mr. Zier.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, just a couple comments on why this is before council to begin with. Just looking at, obviously we're doing the policy review every 4 years. We mentioned a few times, this is just an area that we've seen an increased risk in. we are always looking to lower the risk that the county is faced with and these sort of things. So the question about liability and do we see any increase? Do we really, I don't know if we can really quantify that at a point because every instance is different. We always have the applicant sign the waiver, basically the ability to protect us in a point there. It really does depend on then it will still, if there's an incident that occurs, hopefully it's minor, but there is a possibility whenever we exit the public lands and enter into an uncontrolled environment like a private land, we do increase our liabilities and our risk on that sort of thing. We don't have any control over anything hidden underneath the snow. We don't have any control over any personnel that are walking around or any of the, there could be people out there that we aren't able to manage on that. So whenever we lose that control, that's where we see a little bit higher risk on that. And that's why Mr. Hogan's correct that we can leave this in here. We just have to be aware that it is an increased risk for the county.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Zier. And oh, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
To build on what Mr. Zier said through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think that council's going to be able to see when you talk about the term the quantified liability on there, it's not, if you keep this in or take this out, you're not going to see a difference on your liability insurance in the grand scheme of things. So it's not we're not putting this in there as a current cost savings mechanism. You're not going to see a change in that liability. It's the stuff that happens afterwards. You catch a fence or you catch something else. You rip up somebody's flower bed, whatever. There's stuff that comes back on us. In addition to that, the environment that Mr. Zier talked about. So in terms of quantifying a change in liability, you're really not going to see one.
Okay, so I'm hearing that there's definite interest in potentially keeping the snow plowing service in the policy. I'm definitely understanding the fact that it's not until we have an incident that likely we would see either A, the county is now in a court action or having some legal responsibility or some insurance claim. And that's when we likely would see impact on liability insurance is post-claim. Often that's, and then whatever else happens in other municipalities, because the insurers are also looking at what else is happening in other municipalities and how that risk might impact us as a municipality. So is that a fairly clear summary of where we're sitting right now? So my suggestion would be before we give any direction as to maybe requesting this to come back with change, are there other things within the policy that are concerning that we need to have conversation around so that we can give all the direction that's required to administration related to the policy? All right, so Councillor Phobes, I'll come back to you again if you want to go ahead.
Okay, so my next concern is one of the things that I've heard from the public around oil field and renewable developments within our county is the dust control. I see currently that there isn't any real dust control in ours, so I would propose that the renewable facilities require it to apply for dust control. I believe by doing this, it allows our residents to have a peace of mind that the people that are abusing our roads are there to protect their homes, because it's the people that living on those roads that have the issue with the constant traffic flow. And if there isn't any dust control in our policy for them to protect them, then these companies are just going to use the roads as they see fit, is where I'm at with it.
So help me clarify this, and perhaps Mr. Zier, Mr. Conkin, you can do that. So the oil companies and renewables, when they take a road use agreement, that's usually in the development stage of their project, but on an ongoing basis, they're not necessarily in a road use agreement with the county. So once the development is in place and the traffic levels maybe go down or go to a more consistent level. There's nothing that's, that we have in place that's an ongoing road use agreement.
Through the chair, so I believe most of this is covered in policy 13-4, our dust control policy. Those industries are required in the road data program to supply dust control if required for the amount of traffic. And quite a few of those, I shouldn't say quite a few, some sites do require to maintain those roads while they're operating out of those sites. We do have our inspector that is out there checking on them. So it is a site-by-site basis on whether they're required to have dust control. The only dust control that we have mentioned in this policy 13-2 is to our municipal haul routes for our gravel program, or just any municipal activity for us. Everything else for the industry side of things should be covered in that policy 13-4.
Okay, so again, just for clarification, if you would just clarify, so the need for dust control and or the requirement or request of a company that's using a road on a regular basis, is that driven by a determination that's made by our road supervisors, or is that driven partly by complaint of residents who live on those specific roads?
I believe it'd be mainly through our oil field inspector, who's doing or in charge of those road data program or permits, sorry. And I believe it's kind of, once again, it depends on the volume of traffic. I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay, Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thank you through that. Just to add a little bit to Mr. Conkin said there, correct, and we had a little bit of discussion about this at the previous committee of the whole meeting, just around our processes for private development and energy industry development. Our road inspector is made aware of majority of the oil field, renewable energy, all those sort of developments that come up. It is, I won't say on a case by case, but depending on the routing of the road, depending on the amount of residents, we try and reroute these hauls both to higher quality roads as well as roads with lower residents on them, just to try and minimize the impacts to the county in general. Dependent on the traffic calls, we did have at one point a minimum of certain trips per day, or certain, like you see in our county policy here, we actually have quantified it with a minimum number per day or per week. We took that out of the requirements in our internal procedures here, just because we see some roads may not be able to handle even our minimum on that, and that's where we want to reroute them to higher quality roads. The majority of these do enter a road use agreement. We do video them and inspect these roads prior to the haul, constant contact with the companies throughout this, and then a final inspection afterwards to make sure that there hasn't been detrimental effects to it. We also require the majority of these to supply their own maintenance on these. So they bring in their own graders, their own maintenance of that road, and we make sure that we don't take away from our core function of divisional graders at that point as well.
Mr. Hogan, sure.
One point through Mr. Chair. During the development phase of these, when we are assessing the development of these, anything that requires a development permit or comes through our process, so as an example, a well site wouldn't, but any other development like a renewable energy, grain terminal, whatever, as those come through our process, that is conditioned in there around entering into a road use agreement when we see it necessary. So during those construction phases or when those developments are approved, that's generally one of the conditions that you'll, as council, you all sit on the Municipal Planning Commission, so you've seen that condition in those permits, that the developer enter into a road use agreement with the county. Generally, those are covering the construction phase. Once those developments go to a normal operation, for the most part, they're just a normal operation, and that's part of what the roads are there to facilitate. So that covers that other portion, along some of those other activities, like we've talked about the fracking and stuff like that. Generally, our roads crew are able to track those down, and when deemed necessary, have them enter into a road use agreement.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Phillips.
I guess I should have just read my statement as I had it written, because I think you're a little confused. I'm just looking from the start of the construction to the end of it. Once it's done, the traffic will be a lot minimal, in my opinion. It'd be like anything that anyone's doing. I'm looking for it to be implemented during that construction phase, from the start to the finish, in front of the properties, because I know you do your best to make sure that the properties, they're the least amount of properties being affected. But the ones that are affected, I would like to see dust control put in front of their homes during that construction phase until it is completed 100%. That's what I'm looking for, and I'm sure if I didn't make that clear before. Sorry. Oh, okay.
Okay, so, the way I understand the conversation that we've had so far, and the question that you're asking specifically, Councillor Forbes, my understanding would be that it's probably in the dust control policy, but it's also in the development permit side, Mr. Hogan, if I'm understanding you correctly. So if we do have, so what happens with an oil company comes in and they're gonna put in a floor pump jack pad, and they're doing multi-directional drilling. They're gonna be there for an excessive period of time. They're using a specific road. So what's the process? So if they come to the county, do they come to the county for a development approval at all, or is that all done outside of the county? And then how would we condition dust control in that circumstance? And I think that would get to the question that Councillor Forbes is asking. So if we could just understand that process in terms of how does that development take place? How does the county get notified? I'm going to assume it's through road data that they're going to be using our road. And then what conditions or how do we handle that going forward? So I don't know whether it's you, Mr. Zier, that want to tackle that, or Mr. Hogan, but I think that's what we're trying to get at. That's what we're trying to distill down to in a specific situation, specifically oil and gas or renewable energy. We know the approvals for the most part are coming from outside of the county. So then how do we manage internally once we're notified on a development like that? And how would dust control, if we were going to require it, how would it be managed or specified within that process? Mr. Hogan?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll answer a portion of that, and if necessary, defer to Mr. Zier. So really, the scope of the question, and really there's two industries that you're probably talking about. From the development perspective, it's oil and gas. Even though renewable energy is approved through the AUC, there's also a development process through the county. So the county's development process, where conditioning a road use agreement and all that is in place. Okay. So really, you're looking at something like oil and gas. There might be some of the other ones out there as well. NRCB will have a couple, et cetera. So you're looking at really right now, our roads management staff are out there finding these. So whether we get alerted through road data or if they don't, now most of the companies are going through road data. That's a standard in all municipalities. They're used to it. They know about it. They're just doing it. So most of it we track that way. The odd ones that we don't, our staff pick up on. And as Mr. Conkin said earlier, we have an individual staff member who goes out and deals specifically with some of those things. And so he'll go track them down. And even though those road use agreements for us right now are basically in the honor system or voluntary, I think staff has pretty much a complete success rate, I would think, in getting them into road use agreements. So that's the current system in how we do that. So that's oil and gas. The other one that you'd see, like I said, there'd be some NRCB approvals that could be impacted by that. So you're looking at some of the agriculture uses. The other thing that we don't chase road use agreements on is agricultural operations. So if individuals are doing heavy hauls of their, whether it's farming, material, crop, whatever, we don't govern that, nor do we chase it.
Okay, so then still a little bit further clarity I think is required here. So when we get notified, either through A, we detect them, or B, they go through road data, is there a condition within the road permit now that they're going to road use agreement? Is there a condition or an expectation that they will apply dust control for the residents who are going to be impacted by their development? Even if, let's say, it's going to be a 4-month period or something like that. Is there is within our own road permit system a requirement for that dust control to take place. Councillor Penner, and then I'll go to Mr. Zier.
So, sorry, and I spoke out, because I was thinking where I read it. We were sent a copy of the road use agreement some time ago for, and number 5, the contractor shall be responsible for dust control on any road or sections of roads which form part of the whole route, unless the municipality advises to the contrary in writing. So maybe the wording in that needs to be a little bit more detailed with till the completion or something like that of the project. But there is wording in the dust control agreement, but I'd like to hear what administration says too.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So I appreciate those comments about the wording. I think it all comes down to enforcement, and I do appreciate where Councillor Frobes is going with this, because she probably listened to me whine and complain about the amount of calls that I was getting during the construction of a project in my division. For example, I think there's maybe a disconnect between the road use agreements and the development agreements. For example, in the project in my area, the county will not be responsible for dust control as per county policy. If it becomes an issue, the responsibility to pay for dust control would fall on the titled landowner. So who decides? Is it the ratepayer that decides? Is it the county that decides? Is it the road supervisor? Is it the company? So I think we've got a little bit of a very gray area. So whether that's looking at the road use agreement more, whether that's the development agreements, whether it's this policy we're looking at right now. But in this case, even though that was in this development agreement, there was no dust control provided.
Mr. Zier. And perhaps you want to give us some clarification on the impacts in terms of time of year when the development takes place as well.
Exactly, for sure, and that's through the chair, part of the conversation here. It is listed in the, again, we'll go back to the two different types here. We have oil and gas, oil and gas industry, and we have basically private development. We have two different road use agreements for each. So starting at the private development, that's brought before council or discretionary use if it's through a planning staff. A decision is made either through council or through planning if a road use agreement is a condition of that. It's very important to list the details of what that actually entails in that development permit approval condition. Because depending on the type of approval development permit, that applicant could appeal that decision if they don't agree with it. So we want to be very clear on, are we requiring full calcium, are we requiring oil, are we requiring pavement as a dust control measure for that? That gives the clarity to the applicant if they're willing to accept that condition or they want to appeal it to a higher body. So that is a different segment altogether. It includes, to our point right now, the renewable energies as well. Oil and gas is a little bit different. When I mentioned it before in our earlier conversations, it is regulated under the AER. So there is a bit of disconnect with what authority we actually have on it as far as control on it. We definitely control the roads, but we are in the position of working together with these companies. As Mr. Hogan says, we have a 100% success rate basically on making sure that they enter into road agreements preemptively or if we find them afterwards. The conditions that we place on them are site-specific, they're weather-specific. If it's in the middle of winter, we're not going to require them to put on calcium chloride or water the roads, which is an option. It doesn't have to be a permanent dust control. They could supply a water truck, and as long as they keep up on it, it's an acceptable measure of dust control for us as well. So there's a few different, that's where I go back to the site-specific of this. During construction, if they're going to hammer that road hard for the first couple of weeks with a big frac, we're going to put higher conditions on them than the next 3 weeks of if it's a lower traffic on there. Does that answer all the questions, or was there some more
So
clarity
I'll
on
come
that?
to you in a minute, Deputy Reeve. So I think that what we're looking for is probably a level of specification that's maybe higher than what's currently in our road use agreements. And so is there a way that we can make it mandatory in the appropriate season to have some type of dust control applied to our roads where there's gonna be a heavy haul. So when they're gonna have that 3-4 month time period where they're gonna do the development of that oil and gas site, and there's gonna be lots of trucks, there's constant flow of trucks, and we know what that's like. Is there, in the high dust seasons, is there a way that we could condition that automatically that it's applied in front of the affected residents? Rather than having to wait for complaint. I think that's the direction that's being specified here. So anyway, that's my clarification, and I'll go to Deputy Reeve McGee.
We're really off track of our agenda. Yes. And I would really appreciate this conversation. I think it's really needed. It's excellent questions, but it is not this policy. It's a different policy we need to bring back. Could I suggest to council that we do take a really deep dive into those questions with it in all the policies that it affects in the next committee of whole, so that we can address this? I think it's an excellent conversation, but I do feel we are talking about several policies, not just policy 13.2 now. And
No.
I feel like I will be confused, and you'll have to repeat everything you just said today when we actually have that on our agenda. So that's my suggestion, whatever council thinks though.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hogan, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think there is a good suggestion there, is really the discussion and what I've just heard from council regarding the road use agreements and that. That's a complete system change from what we do today. And so there's a discussion there that I think lends itself to committee of the whole. The comments that I've heard today put out there they sound like they're moving towards a mandatory and enforcement system around road use agreements. If that's the case, that's a change from what we do today, and I think that would warrant its own discussion. So we as admin can understand to what extent council wants to go there, because we're going to need to be able to provide some information ultimately around what that change in philosophy means or what resources that might require. But that would probably lend itself better to a more fulsome discussion.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, the suggestion is that we take the dust control portion of this and the road use agreement portion of this discussion out, and it'll come back to a more fulsome conversation in a committee of the whole. And so ultimately, that would be direction that we would give to administration to bring that back. Councillor Cunningham, go ahead.
So I'm happy to do that. I think if I'm understanding what Councillor Phobes is trying to get at, again, I'll go back to the project in my division. The road use agreement did state that the contractor was responsible for dust control. Again, that did not happen. So if it's not happening on the development side and it's not happening on the road use side, does this policy that we're currently looking at, does that need to be form part of this policy? Because in my case, when the calls came daily, multiple times a day, I could look to both these documents that said they were responsible for the dust control, but there was no enforcement on them providing dust control. So does that have to be part of this policy if it's not getting covered in these two agreements?
So I guess the understanding that I'm getting from administration is that's it, and I think Deputy Reeve McGee is correct. Those are two policies or two documents that we have that are outside of this specific road maintenance that we're talking about today. So grader and gravel, and the dust control that's mentioned in here is specific to our own use of those roads. So if we want to go into a broader conversation, and I'm hearing this from administration and from Deputy Reeve McGee, is we need to look at those specific agreements and have a conversation around those. So, so I guess what I'm going to say is, what I'm going to suggest is that we request from administration to have a conversation come back related to those specific agreements. And then can we go further into what the specific policy that we're having discussion about today, which is the grader and gravel service policy, and are there other areas within this policy that are of concern that we need to have conversation about and maybe have to come back on this policy as well, So is that agreeable? Can we set aside the dust control and the road use agreement from industry side for now? And then we'll give direction to administration to bring that back to us, and then just go into this policy that's in front of us, 13-2, and clarify any other points that we may have concern on that might need some specifics brought back to us as well. So that's my suggestion at this point, is we'll set aside that industry side on the dust control and the road use and dust control agreements and bring them back, and then focus specifically on 13-2. So then what I would ask, is there any other concerns or questions related to 13-2 as far as grader and gravel are concerned? Councillor Whitstock.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I just want to touch back again on the snow plowing of private laneways. I'm assuming that was one of the things that you were instructed to come back with somewhat?
Well, we haven't given that direction yet, but we're
Okay.
moving in. That's
Okay, so my question then would be, we have an agreement, snow plowing agreement, and that's basically to protect ourselves from damage that is done to person's private infrastructure. Who is responsible for damage that's caused to our equipment if something is hidden in the snow and our equipment is damaged? And graders, they have the power and the strength to push through some of that stuff. But when you get into the smaller pieces of equipment, there could be damage done to our equipment. And who would be responsible for that? I guess that would be, you'd have to come back with that, but I'm asking who is responsible now?
Through the chair, that would be, the county itself would be responsible for that. It would be repairs done by our shop. Incident reports obviously would be involved in that and filling all that out, but the county would be liable for all our own equipment on private laneways. So.
Thank you, Mr. Conkin. Councillor Christie.
I guess that would be one of my questions too, is a grader has tires. I quit plowing snow for windmills because one of my tires is 10 grand and they won't cover it. So I stay home.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask the question, are there other concerns within this policy outside specifically the dust management and dust control as relates to industry and the snow plowing agreements, which my understanding is we're going to give direction to administration to bring back further information in that area. So are there other things within this policy that are concerning to us as council? And before we move away from this topic, Councillor Phobes?
Can I just get clarity on the reduction of the gravel being used on our roads?
Okay, so the question is, in the policy, it specifies that we're going to reduce the amount of gravel that we're applying to the roads and the number of miles that we're doing. So I believe we went from 400 to 300 kilometers. I can't remember the.
640 to 485
Okay, thank you.
kilometers, sorry, not miles.
Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
Through Mr. Chair, so that recommendation is coming from administration as a result of operational changes the county has made. So over the last number of years, we've been training our grader operators on a different method of grading. We've been using a third party for that who's provincially recognized as an expert in that field. As a result of that and some other changes we've made, the types of blades we're using, et cetera, what we're finding is that technique is allowing us to, I'll use the term, pull more gravel from the road itself. So rather than putting new gravel down to use on top of the old one, we're pulling up gravel that's already existing on the road and using it to the same purpose. So I'm simplifying a technical thing, but essentially that's what we're doing. And what we feel is that with those newer techniques, those techniques that we're using now, is that we're pardon me, that we're going to be able to provide the same service level with a lower cost to achieve it. And so that's really what the policy is aimed at, is if we're utilizing more of the gravel that's already existing out on the roads because of the techniques that our operators are using, that's less fresh gravel or new gravel that we have to put down to accomplish the same thing. And so really what it boils down to is believe that the operational changes that we've made will allow us to achieve the same service level at a reduced cost.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions or discussion? Councillor Whitstock.
After hearing that, I would assume that our spot graveling is not gonna change if we run into issues in the odd place that needs extra gravel. It's not going to be negated because we have a policy that says we're not doing the extra 100 miles a year.
Through the chair, I'll defer that to the presenter.
Mr. Conkin, please.
Through the chair, that is correct. Obviously, 300 is our goal, but in the spring, obviously, there's those cases where we have to be spot graveling and maintaining our roads. Also, weather events could happen where we do need to go above that number. Some years, it's just kind of the nature of the beast. There's always those oddball things that need to be completed for sure. So this is just specifically talking to our regraveling program where we have all the trucks dedicated to that mile to regravel it. Obviously, spot graveling will still be going on for sure.
I assumed that was the case. I just wanted to verify.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
I know I'll get this question, so I'll just hop on it now. So you mentioned newer techniques, more efficient service. So I believe currently we have 11 graders. So will that reduce the need for the amount of graders that we have in Kneehill County?
Mr. Conkin.
Through the chair, no, the amount of graders we have currently is what is allowing us to do this reduction and being able to get around those rotations the way we have been doing with that blading technique. So no, we would not be downing any of the graders or numbers, sorry.
Any other comments or questions? So what I'm hearing is there are some concerns within the policy. I understand we're probably going to be asking for some further information on the snow plowing side of things. I haven't made a lot of comments yet today, but I have some concerns around the optics of some of the wording that's in the policy. One of the things is I'm really not happy with the language that says, and I'll find it specifically in here, related to local roads and gravel roads on page 2 of 5, where it says bladed a minimum of 2 rotations per year, with some roads requiring 6 or more rotations. And then further down in that same section of the policy where it talks about dirt roads, and we say bladed a minimum of 2 times a year. The optic says to me we're going to maintain our gravel like we do dirt trails, and we've established a minimum now of 2 passes on gravel roads as well as 2 passes on dirt trails. So I understand what the policy says. It's a minimum of 2 and could be as many as 6 or more. However, the optics say we are reducing service levels. And even within the actual request for decision under the road graveling program, while we're saying that with the current maintenance system and the grading that we're doing with the blading and the type of blading and the maintaining of gravel on the roads, we still talk about by using this strategy, and it aligns with the county's commitment to maintaining road safety while operating within, and now we're talking about revised service levels. And I'm being told there is no revision to service levels. The service levels are staying the same. And yet even in our own language, we're sort of implicating ourselves to say that there's perhaps service level change. And so I am concerned more in terms of the optics and how it plays out on the roads. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. And I think Councillor Cunningham asked the question that we're all gonna get is if we're doing less rotations, how come we have the same number of miles per grader? And so those are things that politically have bad optics. And as councillors, we have to respond to. And so I need the assurance from administration to show that there is a requirement to maintain the grader beats that we have and the number of graders that we have, and that we actually are going to maintain the road conditions without a service level change. And right now, the policy reads from a political optic point of view and from a ratepayer point of view, is there is service changes built into this policy. And so that is concerning to me. And so I have concerns in that area, so. And I know what we're saying, but I don't know that the policy necessarily agrees with what we're saying. So that's a concern.
Yeah.
And if we haven't heard it as councillors yet, we will be hearing it, so. So I don't know how we want to address those things, but I think there's something that maybe that needs to go back to be addressed and considered and then brought back to us. And maybe that can be part of the whole direction that we give to administration around the snow plowing, for instance, and the policy as a whole, to provide that assurance level within the policy that perhaps we need as council. To be able to take back to our ratepayers to say, listen, you are not necessarily going to see a change in your road conditions and in the amount of gravel that's there. Those are the assurances that we're going to need to provide for sure. Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
Through Mr. Chair, we can look at that wording. The nature of those terms in the policy is not to alter the service level for grading. It's really aimed at the management of the roads. As an example, not all of our roads right now receive the 6 rotations per year, and we do have roads out there where the residents on them specifically request us not to grade them that many times. So we do have some of those that technically, if we were following the policy to the letter of the law, whether that resident wanted it or not, would be sending that grader down a good road to grade it. We do have instances where we have specific requests not to do that. So that, trying to account for that or ensure that the resources are going where they want. So we can look at, when this comes back, we can look at alternate wording on there, but the intent is not to reduce the service level on that. At the end of the day, the roads need to be graded. To go back to the previous discussion on the graveling program, the graveling program is not the roads program. That is one component of the roads program. So regardless of the amount of times that we're doing a re-graveling, the roads still need to be graded for washboard, for fixing up ditches, for doing all of the work that goes into that. And if the county wants to do a minimum number of rotations or to manage the large road network to the same level as today, that equipment is still needed, whether we're graveling more or less to meet some of those other requirements. So dealing with washboard, the shape of the road, all those sorts of things. So there are added components there that all work together. But if council wants to look at the wording on that, administration can take a look and make a suggestion there to try to alleviate the concern that it's a service level reduction, because it isn't.
Yeah, and I understand where we're coming from, and I understand where administratively you're coming from. However, one of the things that we encounter constantly is the amount of money that's spent on roads. And for the most part, people are quite happy with the fact that we are actually spending money on roads, that we're grading, that we're graveling. But when you read the policy, and the old policy says, you know, local roads bladed a minimum of 6 times a year, and the new policy says bladed a minimum of 2 times per year, it does appear to be, and like I said, it's optics and it's understanding, but it does appear to be a change in service level. And so I think we need to look at the wording that's within the policy, and we need to provide somehow, in some way, assurance to, and that's part of the conversation that we as councillors need to have with our ratepayers. We need to provide that assurance that the road quality and the condition of our roads not going to change in spite of what the policy says. And oftentimes, and we've talked about it earlier when we were talking about dust control, wording is one thing, reality is something else. And so if we're not seeing the policy being implemented in the way it was intended, that's where we run into big problems. And so sometimes the wording within a policy implies something, and it can be interpreted in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different ways, depending on who's reading that. And so I think we just need to have clarity and provide that understanding within the policy so people know what we're talking about. And that's the only reason I bring it up, is I think that there is an opportunity within this new policy for there to be misunderstanding or misinterpretation of the wording that's there. All right, so any other discussion, questions from council, direction for administration? So I think there's 2 things coming out of here. One is I think we're asking administration to look at this policy and maybe make some amendments to it and bring it back to a future council meeting. And the second thing I think we're asking for is for administration to bring back a discussion on road use agreements and dust management. So those are the 2 things that I see coming out of the conversation today. If I am incorrect in that, please let me know. But if I'm not, then I would be looking for motions from council to direct administration to do those things. So what is the wish of council? Councillor Forbes?
I'd make that motion currently. I'd make the motion that council direct administration to amend the proposed policy 13-2 greater gravel service and to defer this discussion to a future council meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that council direct administration to amend proposed policy 13-2 greater gravel services and defer this discussion to a future council meeting. Is there any discussion, question, comment related to the motion to have this amended and brought back? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question on the motion that we direct administration to amend this policy and defer the discussion to a future council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And the other motion that I would be looking for is a request to direct administration to bring back a discussion on industry road use agreements and the dust management within that. So, Councillor Cunningham?
Just a question on that. So would we want, like to me, like I mentioned, to me, there was a little bit of disconnect between the road use agreement and the development agreement. So with this motion, would we want to maybe include that we would like, because I want to see them, I want to see them similar or the same actually, and I don't want there to be any disconnect between the RUA and the development agreement.
So I guess for me, the clarification would be is if we have in a development permit a requirement for the road use agreement, as long as the road use agreement says what we believe it needs to say, then when they enter into that, all those concerns will be taken care of within the road use agreement. So if in the development permit, and Mr. Hogan, please, if you would, you could help clarify here or maybe Mr. Gannon, in terms of the development permit, we don't necessarily specify anything more than they have to enter into a road use agreement, do we?
Through the chair, I would need to bring up the development agreement, because in my recollection is that it indicates the applicant will enter into a road use agreement. There may be some additional clauses in there, but we would need to look that up. We don't have that in front of us.
So Councillor Cunningham, are you saying that there is something more than that specified within the development agreement?
Well, I think earlier in the meeting, I read that one specifically from my division that stated the dust control in there. So I just want to make sure that the road use agreement doesn't say one thing and the development agreement says another. Because then what, hate to say this word right now, but what trumps what? Like which one overrules the other?
Okay, so if we bring back that discussion, so maybe what we need to do is specify that we want to see how those road use agreements and development permits operate hand in hand. Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair to Councillor Cunningham, for clarity, the development, which is a specific development that you're speaking of, just so we can go to that specific development permit.
So the development agreement that I have on my computer here was for Kneehill Solar.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that's the clarity then that we're looking for, is that we are asking administration to bring back a discussion related to industry road use agreements and the development permitting around those agreements as well, as it relates to road use. Councillor Cunningham, is that correct?
That sounds great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I still would be looking for a motion from Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council direct administration to place a discussion regarding industry road use agreements and development permit / agreement as it relates to road use to future committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any further discussion around the motion, which is to direct administration to place a discussion regarding industry road use agreements and development permit agreements as it relates to road use to a future committee of the whole? Is there any further discussion? If there's not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So I am going to say thank you, Mr. Conkin. Appreciate your time and your patience with us this morning and for bringing the information. And we look forward to having you back. Okay, anybody need a break? Or are we good to go on? We do have a delegation at 10, so I would suggest we take a break just before that. So if we're
Then I can make it till then.
okay. All right, the next item on our agenda is 5.2.1, which would be the 2025 BMO Stampede Farm Family Nomination. And welcome, Ms. Sherlock. And anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Council. Happy New Year. So before you this morning, I am bringing you the 2025 BMO Stampede Farm Family Nomination. This award is given out each year to recognize families that ensure the agriculture industry and their respective rural communities continue to thrive. Farm family units must be active in primary agriculture, have agriculture as a main source of income, and have family members residing on the farm. Within the RFD here, you can see the list of previous recipients, including last year's recipient, the Calhoun family from Swalwell. This year, we were very pleased to receive 2 nominations from the public. This is something that hasn't happened recently, and so actually having public nominations was a huge step. So I would like to thank those individuals, the nominated people, and I would like to thank both families. They were recognized by the ASB as both being contributing members to the community, and it was a difficult decision to make, but the ASB has recommended for nomination, Stankovich Ranches from Trochu, Glenn and Claire Stankovich. There is no direct financial implications associated with endorsing this nominee. All costs related to the award ceremony and recognition events are covered by the BMO Stampede Farm Family and Organization. The options before council this morning are to nominate Glenn and Claire Stankovich of Stankovich Ranches for the BMO Stampede Farm Family Award, as recommended by the Agriculture Service Board. The other options are that council motions to nominate a different recipient, that council requests additional information. And our recommended motion is to nominate Glenn and Claire Stankovich.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion, comment, or question? Councillor Penner.
Just a quick discussion to let the rest of the council know. I'm very thankful for the Calgary Stampede and the BMO, Bank of Montreal, for supporting and recognizing the Farm Family Award nominations, because it came to our attention that the North, in Edmonton and Northlands, no longer recognize the farm families. So I want to say a big thank you to the Calgary Stampede and the Bank of Montreal for continuing to support this very important recognition of people that are very valuable in our communities.
Thank you for that. Any other question or comment? Councillor Cunningham.
Just like to acknowledge both families that were nominated, and just huge kudos to the Stankovich family. They've been a long-standing family in Kneehill County, so that is very, I'm happy that we're honoring them, so it's very exciting.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Christie.
I appreciate this program very much, so I'd make the motion to nominate Glenn and Claire Stankovich and Stankovich Ranches for the BMO Stampede Farm Family Award as recommended by the ASB.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion that we nominate Glenn and Claire Stankovich, Stankovich Ranches, for the BMO Stampede Family Farm Award as recommended by the Agriculture Service Board. Any further discussion? I just have two little quick comments, and I'll make them to you later. Just around clarity around the spellings and the actual ranch name, to make sure we have that clear.
Yes, and I will be getting them to fill out the form so that that's all completely correct.
Yeah. Okay, super. All right, if there's no further discussion, we have a motion to nominate. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
And thank you, Ms. Sherlock. And yes, Happy New Year. All right, the next item on our agenda is 5.4.1, BREWD Business Retention, Expansion, and Workforce Development. And welcome Ms. Kester and Ms. Gerbrandt. And our best wishes for your new year as well. And we look forward to your presentation this morning, and anytime you are ready.
Good morning, Council, and Happy New Year. Great to be back. All right, so at the Economic Development Conference in Alberta, we're just going to be talking a little bit about some of the BREWD initiatives that came through, and then just to do some discussion on the path forward of where we are with some of the business retention and expansion, workforce development, hence BREWD, initiatives moving forward. So one of those initiatives brought forward at the EDA conference was the Business Retention and Expansion Workforce Development Project, spearheaded by the Town of Olds, which we've recently partnered in last summer, and it's in partnership with regional partners with Olds, Innisfil, Penhold, Red Deer County, Mountain View County, and Kneehill County. Business retention and expansion is a strategy to help support and keep existing businesses in our community and region. Through this process, it aligns with the Economic Development Plan to strengthen existing businesses. So what I'm going to do is go through a presentation that talks a little bit about BREWD, what it is, and the process that we're going to do to engage local businesses to help identify their needs and set priorities. So if, Carolyn, if we can switch to that presentation that's attached in council? No, I think, can we just have you? Yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. Yep. Okay, so we'll flip to the next slide. All right. Okay, so what is business retention and expansion? We pulled this through the source through the Economic Developers Association of Canada. So BREWD is an ongoing cooperative effort between business, local government agencies, and other organizations and people in the community with the purpose of identifying opportunities and actions to assist local businesses in expansion, the retention and creation of jobs, and the diversification of the local economic base, as well as the implementation of defined actions to improve the local business climate. So in short, BREWD is a strategy to support and keep existing businesses in a community or region. If communities can't retain the existing businesses, what basis do communities have to attract new investment? We included a few slides here just on some business count trends in Kneehill County. Definitely some fluctuations throughout. So this just gives that snapshot picture of how quick and easy business trends and industries can shift and the importance of business retention. So we can flip to the next slide. Same here, this one just brings it out by the different types of the NAICS codes that StatsCan collects. So again, you can see some big fluctuations within those sectors as well.
Excuse me, I just had a question related to that. So in this process, are we going to actually get some updated real numbers for Kneehill County?
So these are the most recent numbers of what we have in 2023. We're going through the BREWD project, and that's where we're really hoping to capture as accurate of a number as we can. Because most of these business counts numbers only come out through census. It's really hard to capture day by day, and Kneehill County doesn't have a business license. So through the BREWD process, we too are trying to build that list to find out how many and what sector are they within.
Yeah, so I guess you're answering my question. We're going to look to get more site-specific data rather than Census Canada data, which can be somewhat skewed or
Yes,
not reflective of the true environment.
that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you.
Okay, the next slide. And so this one is just business and counts, and this just looks at the region. So you can see against our urbans where we're currently at. And you'll see on the green is the businesses, and then of course the black coloring represents the number of farms. Okay. So those are just a few of the numbers. We look at many, but at least that kind of gives like a snapshot of the business, current business situation within Kneehill County and area. So just some quick facts about BREWD. It's less costly to implement programs, right, than it would be to try to attract new industries. So it's much more supportive and more cost-effective and efficient to continue to support and foster through programming. It's all about businesses expanding. So it's those one-on-one connections and relationships that it takes time to foster and build so we can work to identify what their expansion opportunities are. And through some of the statistics and StatsCan information that we can pull to talk about where industries are headed. And it's also about increasing capacity. So we work with those operators to identify new markets that they wish to access. Maybe it's new product lines or even technology to support the development of new project lines. And working with them to identify program supports, whether it be at a provincial or federal level, that they can access so we can help foster that growth. And then of course it's also working with workforce. And if they don't have the labor that they need, they can't grow and they can't sustain their operations. So that's another key component of how we work with industry to increase that capacity. We also work to drive new employment. So as they, for example, add new product lines or services, or maybe they access new markets and they're innovating and they're growing, of course, that goal is always, what does that new employment offering look like, which maintains our community size and growth as well within Kneehill. We also work with the operators in helping them through purchasing new facilities or relocating within another area within, hopefully, Kneehill, so that they can continue to grow and foster that. And just a really neat fact on business retention is 80 to 90% of new business investment comes from existing business with the community. So all the more worthwhile to really support strong BREWD programming. Next slide, please. Some other quick benefits here on BREWD. It really helps build relationships and communication between government, community, and those local businesses. It helps implement processes to provide community support for businesses. And it links businesses to opportunities and resources to improve their bottom line. We can identify the green flags and the growth companies who are looking to expand or diversify. And it also helps us identify red flags. So when we start to see closures or moves or succession planning or labor fluctuation, that's good for us to track and monitor that so we can look for programming to support that. It also helps contribute to the tax assessment base, increase employment levels, job creation, business development, encourage local businesses to remain within their local community, and strive to improve the business's competitive advantage and surviving economic shifts. BREWD will also facilitate growth and vibrancy to our local community, and we can work to develop key resources to establish priorities for revitalization and projects. Okay? So if we work together today with our businesses and farms, we will get to where we want to be in the future in sustaining those businesses and looking for expansion opportunities. Next slide. Okay, so Jenna's going to take over and she's just going to talk about the BREWD project.
So on the screen here, you will see it's an example of one of the social media graphics for this initiative, showcasing the BREWD project. And next slide. And this showcases the whole BREWD team of all the partners collaborating together to drive this initiative forward. So lots of neighboring municipalities and businesses. The next slide will show the supporters and sponsorship that we have so far. So quite a few really good businesses that we have in there. And the next slide. So the purpose we'll go over is to foster more competitive business environment that provides business and industry the economic support system they need to grow and succeed. And the objectives of this are to enhance cooperation and consensus among businesses, government, and economic development organizations, provide support and information to address immediate individual business issues and opportunities, encourage, support, and facilitate human resource planning and labor market adjustments for the area, and also accurately assess the needs of local business, including workforce challenges, and develop a corresponding action plan for economic prosperity. And the next slide will show the approach of the whole project. So it's split into two phases. And this phase one, the BREWD, shows that we are working on business retention and expansion and workforce development. And Kneehill County will be participating in the BREWD portion of it. So you can kind of see the process there. We form the teams of everybody. We're going to service the business community. Then after that's all wrapped up, we prepare a survey and research report, and then we go from there on what the priorities are and goals for each area. And the next slide. So this shows the community and business benefits. So we'll assess our economic and business environment. The online survey will be accessible to all businesses in our community, and we're going to be doing this between this month and next month. And then there's workforce development, which we are not partnering with, but other counties are a part of this. And the sector analysis is to assess key industries driving our regional economy. And the survey will target those key industries such as agriculture, construction, and retail. And this will be going on in January and February as well. And then the next slide, community and business benefits. So we will be a part of the two overall regional strategies. BRE and Workforce Development Strategy builds up the whole BREWD project. And Kneehill County will receive a community strategy summary that will show how Kneehill County and the businesses align to the overall strategies and how our community is unique. And the data that will come out of this will be specific to our region, to our county. And it's a great opportunity to collaborate for the betterment of the region as well. So then,
No,
yeah.
sorry, Jenna. I'm going to interrupt you there because I did promise council that they would actually get a break before the
Yeah,
delegation.
sounds good. Okay.
At 10. And you're going to just start to move into the partnership and the charter related. And so I think that's a good place for us to take a break. So I'm going to say that we are in recess till 10. And so, and we'll come back to this once we're done with the delegation presentation at 10 o'clock. Okay, it is 10 a.m. and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And in our agenda, we are at 3.1, a delegation from AltaLink. And I'm going to assume, because there's a gentleman and a lady in front of me, that it's Colin and Stephanie. But welcome here. We will maybe do some introductions so that you have a little better idea who you're speaking to here.
Sure, thank you.
And then we'll give you opportunity to tell us a little bit about yourself and your project. So anyway, welcome here. And I'm going to ask Councillor Cunningham if you would please introduce yourself, and then we'll go around and get those introductions done.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Jerry Whitstock, Division 3. I represent the Acme Linden area.
Good morning, Debbie Penn, I'm Division 2, I'm down in the south and the centre.
And I'm Ken King, and I represent Division 7, which is the northeast portion of Kneehill County.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee, Division 1, which is the southeast corner.
Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Wade Christie, I'm Division 6, so I'm in the northwest corner.
I'm Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Good morning, I'm Kevin Gannon, and I'm Director of Community Services.
Hey, good morning, Mike is here, Director of Infrastructure.
Hello, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
All right, well, welcome. And like I said, if you would just give us a brief introduction of yourselves, and then if you want to go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for having us out. So my name's Colin Harvey. I'm the Municipal Community Relations Manager with AltaLink. I don't know if my predecessor, John Grove, may have been out here in the past. He retired in June and I took his position. I've been with AltaLink for 15 years myself, largely in the siting department, planning new projects, but recently moved into this role here.
Good morning. Thank you, as Colin said, for having us out this morning. I'm Stephanie Mitchell, right-of-way planner from our siting department. We take care of siting lines and compiling applications for the AUC. I've been with the AltaLink for a total of 9 years. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so go ahead anytime you're ready.
Sure, thank you very much. So we are here today to talk to council here about the Lone Butte Solar Project connection. So just a little bit maybe about AltaLink just to start. We are Alberta's largest transmission provider in the province. Our service territory on the map there's in the dark blue area. We have more than 13,000 kilometers of transmission line across the province, over 300 substations, and we service, we provide the backbone of the electricity grid to Alberta and service the majority of the province, of Albertans, sorry. We were created in 2002 when TransAlta sold their regulated assets. AltaLink purchased the transmission side of their business and Fortis purchased the distribution side. And we are more recently purchased by Berkshire Hathaway Energy, who purchased us in 2014. So this diagram here, and this just is to help show where kind of AltaLink fits into the picture of the flow of electricity in Alberta as a whole. So I'll start on the left-hand side. And so that's where you have your power generation. So in the province, that's generally gas, wind, solar, and hydro. When those generators produce their electricity, they push the power up onto the transmission system, and that's where AltaLink comes in. So our lines operate between 69 to 500 kilovolts. We don't own the power that flows down the line. We just own the facilities that actually transport the power. So we take the power from the generators and move that power to wherever that electricity is needed. At which point we deliver the power to the distribution companies. So that would be like Fortis or your rural electrification associations. And those distribution companies are the ones that actually physically connect the homes, farms, businesses, and industrial customers. And then inside of there, you have your retailers. So that's the organizations that would actually sell you your electricity yourself. So that'd be like your Direct Energy, your Easy Maxes, organizations like that. And then just for completeness, just for on the bottom there, for underneath the pool power of Alberta, just as a note, that electricity is generated, sold and bought on the wholesale market here in Alberta, and that's operated by the Alberta Electric System Operator, who I'll introduce here in a second. So just to provide some of who some of the key players are in the electrical industry here in Alberta, because it does kind of flow into how our projects are managed. I'll start in the top left and work my way around kind of counterclockwise. So in the top left, we have the Alberta Electric System Operator. They are the independent, not-for-profit system planners. So their whole role is to manage our grid 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they're the ones who decide when new generation comes on, they go through the ISO to get connected. The ISO also is the organization that determines what new transmission facilities are required. And then they would direct companies like AltaLink. So below the ISO, that would be the transmission facility operators. Again, that's where AltaLink would fit in. So we just own and operate those transmission facilities, maintain them, operate them for the life of that asset as well. And again, we don't decide what needs to get built from a transmission point of view. We receive that direction from the ISO to have that. Then there's the distribution facility owners. Again, that's the Fortis and your rural electrification associations, and they own and operate the distribution lines. So those are the lower voltage lines that actually tangibly connect the residences and businesses. And all three of us sit underneath the Alberta Utilities Commission, and they're our independent regulatory body. So we file applications for our operating expenses that are ultimately approved by the commission. And in the cases we have with the Lone Butte project, when we have a transmission line project, we also have to file a facility application to the Alberta Utilities Commission, who makes the ultimate decision on whether that project is approved or not. And I'll turn it over to Stephanie now to talk about the Lone Butte project.
Perfect. Thank you.
Can I interrupt just before you go into that? Coming back to you, Colin, you're saying that ASO determines the need for the transmission construction?
Correct.
And so they direct you that they know this project's coming, so they give you direction that it's coming and that you need to develop transmission.
That's correct. So the generator would go to the ISO looking to be able to connect their project to the grid. The ISO is the one that determines how that should be, how that project should be connected, and then that direction comes to AltaLink, and then we actually determine where geographically the transmission lines or substations would go to be able to connect the generator.
So even though you've been directed that that transmission is going to be required and that it's going to need to be built, you still have to do an AUC application for your specific project?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. And I'm sorry, Stephanie, for interrupting, but go ahead.
No worries. Thank you. So the Lone Butte Solar Connection Project, as Colin mentioned, we've been directed by the ISO. Purpose of the project then is to connect Acciona Energy Canada Global Inc.'s solar project, which is located within Kneehill County, to the electrical grid. So to achieve this connection, we will be looking to propose to construct up to 17 kilometers of transmission line. It's a new 240 kV single circuit transmission line, and that will run between the Lone Butte substation, which is located within the solar project, and that is within Kneehill County, which will then connect to the west, where AltaLink's existing 929L transmission line is located within Mountain View County. Thank you. This is a overview map, a detailed photo overview map. It has the imagery there on the background, showing the 3 transmission line routes that AltaLink is proposing. So on the east side of the map, you will see There's a red box and then a smaller red box inside there. That's where the Lone Butte substation is proposed within the solar farm. And we are looking to connect from there over to the blue and white dashed line on the left side of the page, which would be to the west. So I'll just go over each route just briefly. We have the northern route, which is at the top. We will be looking to head north up a county road allowance. And then once we where you can see up in the top right-hand corner there, we will be looking to head west on Quarter Line, heading directly across to connect to the existing transmission line. So the majority of that line is on Quarter Line. We would be looking to straddle the Quarter Line with H-frame structures. And that would essentially be in a 35-meter right-of-way, 17.5 meters on each side of the Quarter Line. From there, so that's the first proposed route to the north. The middle route, which is our central route, head south from the substation, and then we'll head directly west along a township road. So each of these routes are partially located within Kneehill County, and then the majority of them are located within Mountain View County on the west side. So that was the central route, and then we have the southern route, which does overlap with our central route. It comes south, heads west, but then it deflects and heads south again down an undeveloped road allowance, and then heads west again to connect to the existing transmission line on the west side there. That route is mainly located within developed road allowance, and then that small portion within undeveloped road allowance, which is in Kneehill County. So that's just the overview of the three alignments. This is a little bit more here about which structures are proposed at this time. As I said, the north option there is mainly located within Quarter Line and has H-frame structures made of steel or wood and between 18 to 26 meters tall, again within a 35-meter right-of-way, 17.5 meters on each side of the Quarter Line. The central option and the south option are mainly within road allowance, and for those two routes, we're proposing monopole structures made of steel or wood, and they would be between 30 to 40 meters tall, and we are proposing to be 1 meter within the road allowance, and where we're within road allowance, we would be requesting a 15-meter wide right-of-way on property. That just accounts for any swing out and safety and maintenance.
Sure. Thanks. This diagram here shows our siting process, kind of a simplistic view of it. So just to kind of show you where we start and where we're going. So we just came out of our preliminary route process. That's where Steph and her team would have assessed all the road allowances and quarter lines in the project area to look for low impact route options that we feel were worthy for consultation with stakeholders. So we've just moved out of preliminary and we've now moved into the detailed siting stage. This is where we begin to consult with stakeholders on the proposed routes, and using that feedback, we will add, delete, modify route options as needed based on that feedback, and additional surveys and assessments we will do during this time, which will lead us down to a final routing. In our applications, we generally file a preferred and alternate route for the consideration with the Alberta Utilities Commission. So that's just kind of showing where we're at and where we're going. So who do we talk to now that we're out talking with the public? So we talk to the affected landowners on the project. We will talk to First Nations group, industry stakeholders, so whether that's oil and gas, telecommunication companies, other renewable companies, other distribution line companies that are out there as well. We'll talk to environmental organizations as required, and also local and provincial governments. So part of that's doing a presentation like this to council. Stephanie and her team will also be working with administration and reaching out to them with the planners and whoever else needs to be in the discussion to discuss the routes and any concerns there. We also talk with the provincial government, so that'll be Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, Alberta Infrastructure as required, Alberta Transportation as well. And so when we are assessing our routes, this gives a snapshot of some of the considerations we're looking at. So we do take these into consideration looking at the routes, so agricultural impacts, If we have structures in a midfield position, what does that do to the operations of that field? How we can mitigate that, residential impacts, how close houses are, how many houses are in close proximity to the proposed transmission lines. Environmental considerations, so species at risk, water bodies, wetlands, items like that. Existing infrastructure, so existing oil and gas infrastructure, irrigation, anything else that might be out there. And then also any other just considerations that might be specific more to the area, airports, shelter belts, anything along those lines. And some of that we do find during the consultation process. So from a project schedule perspective, we just mailed out here in the last, I believe it went out last week to stakeholders. So we've just began our consultation with stakeholders. We'll be working through that over the next year. And then with the ultimate plan to file our facility application in November of this year. Subject to that project being approved by the Alberta Utilities Commission, we would be looking to start construction in January of 2027 and then looking to complete it in July of 2027. And that is our presentation, so we'd be happy to take any questions anybody may have.
Okay, well, thank you, Colin and Stephanie, for your presentation. Was there any questions from council specific to the presentation? Councillor Cunningham.
So in terms of the distribution lines, who pays for that? Like who pays for the project construction? Is that a provincial, federal?
On this project specific?
Yeah.
On the transmission line, sorry, on the transmission line. On this one, the proponent's paying for the project. So they're the ones paying for the transmission line construction itself. So we will own it. We will own the asset. AltaLink would own the asset once the project's completed, and we'll operate and maintain it for the life of that transmission line, but the company itself is paying for it.
So if the company changes hands, then that ownership of that just transfers to the new company?
If by the time it's constructed, yes. Yeah, that would be essentially the case. Once the project's constructed and energized, like I was saying, the transmission line piece itself actually becomes the owner. AltaLink becomes the owner of that actual transmission line itself, so, yeah.
So what you're saying is the person who pays for the development of that transmission would be the proponent of the project.
Well, yeah, so in this case, that would be Acciona, sorry.
In the end, ownership is yours.
Correct.
Okay. So whether the developer of the project changes hands, they still, whoever that happens to be, is going to pay for the transmission development. Correct. And then ultimately ownership is yours.
Correct, yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
This may or may not be a question for you folks, it might be for somebody in our provincial, but is there any, to your awareness, is there any provincial or federal funding that comes for the construction of these transmission lines?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
The one positive change that I see in this whole process is it used to be me as a taxpayer who paid for that transmission development. Mm-hmm. And now, according to provincial regulation, it's the developer who ends up having to pay for that. So from my point of view as a consumer of electricity, I'm glad that somebody else other than myself is now paying for that construction of that piece of the distribution system. So.
Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham.
And I don't want to discredit what you just said, but a lot of times those developers do receive the huge subsidies from our provincial federal government. So in essence, we do end up paying for it just in a different way a lot of times. So, yeah.
Well, I guess you are correct in that, and I'm not going to debate the issue. The reality was they used to get those subsidies, and we still built the transmission. So in a way, I'm glad that this changed, and that's not for you guys to determine. To me, it was interesting that even though you're directed by AESO to construct this facility, you still have to go through a separate approval process with AUC, and that everybody operates ultimately under AUC.
Yeah, and the ISO has to do a similar process. So they actually kind of have two ways to do it, but so the ISO can approve kind of the need themselves through their ANAP process, and they have a process for that. If the project doesn't actually meet the ANAP approval process, they also have to file a need application with the Alberta Utilities Commission as well for approval. And yeah, so there's a couple checks and balances in there that require us to file through the commission. So
lots of complexity involved.
yeah.
Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, once the construction's complete, the right-of-way will be farmed or not farmed, or what happens to the total right-of-way?
So the right-of-way can be farmed, absolutely. So the only thing that can't happen on the right-of-way is any new buildings constructed on the right-of-way or anything stored generally on the right-of-way. So if you did want to store, if a landowner wanted to store something on our right-of-ways, all we ask is that they contact us, and we have a group that would just look at what you want to store on the right-of-way just to make sure that it's done safely. So it's just a double check. But outside of that, like on the areas where we would be on a quarter line, that area can be completely farmed underneath. There's nothing stopping the landowners from still using that land for that.
Okay, I just see that the single pole for me is way less invasive than the 2-pole power lines. So I'm a little curious there. I see one under construction up north of, or south of Alex. And those single poles are way bigger than I thought they'd be. And I'm not even sure where they go, but I had to drive by 2 miles of it the other day. That it's pretty heavy construction. It kind of surprised me on their corner anchors and stuff like that. You could put a building on them.
Yeah, some of those angle structures do have, they have pretty large foundations for them, for sure, yeah.
I did some quick math while you were talking. So on a quarter line, you're going to affect 139 acres with your 17.5 meter setback on both sides. And on a ditch road side development, you affect 59.6 acres. So in the length of transmission that you're talking about. So from a agriculture point of view, the less impact you have, the greater we like that. But I also recognize that sometimes best route is determined a different way than what maybe we would like to see. And I'm happy to hear that it can be used. And I've seen that under other developments of big transmission lines where guys are farming right underneath them. And as long as they stay awake at night, there's no problem for them or you.
Yeah.
We won't go there. I've heard the stories. I've seen the pictures. Yeah. So are there any other questions regarding this development by AltaLink if it goes forward? If not, I'd like to say thank you, Colin and Stephanie, for being here today. It's very much appreciated by us. And I guess we'll look forward to further information in the future, and we appreciate your presentation today.
Absolutely, and thank you for having us. And if you do have any other questions that come up during the duration of the project or on anything else electricity industry related, please feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to get you those answers as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you. All right, we are going to go backwards in our agenda, or back to where we were in our agenda, I guess, to 5.4.1. And we're going to invite Ms. Kester and Ms. Gabrant to come back and continue with their presentation. So welcome back, and I remember where you were. So if you want to take off from where you were.
Okay, I think
please.
we were getting to the good part about how all this will come to be. So the next slide shows the partnership charter of this BREWD initiative. And On January 23rd, the survey will launch. It's a whole event, and this will be in Olds, and this is where this partnership charter will be coming up, and all the different municipalities that are involved will be signing this. So it's an informal document, and it just shows that Kneehill County is committing to work collaboratively with all the different regions to implement this action plan. So the next slide is our next steps. So what we're asking of council today is, if you are able to, we would love for you to attend the survey launch session in Olds on January 23rd. And after the launch session, we would like council to encourage businesses and producers to actually participate in the survey. And also for council to consider signing that partnership charter at the launch event. And that is the end of the presentation. So we will go back to the RFD for the recommendations.
Question from Deputy Reeve McGee.
Yes. I attended one of the information sessions on the survey and how we are getting partners that are business owners in our area to be part of distributing and taking, not just taking the survey, but getting the information. Could you explain that process a bit? Because I think that's one of the charms of this, is that we have our actual residents here who are business owners taking part in getting the information to you.
That's correct. So as of today, we actually had 2 individuals that stepped up to support it. We're also working with some of the support organizations as well to just promote that and to join us. So those individuals will be kind of working in 2 different methods. One of them will be outreach by telephone. So just to encourage participation, because obviously not all of ours have storefront. We're not able to just walk up. And then Jen and myself, and we're going to do some outreach with the team if they have some additional capacity in some of those support organizations, if they want to join us on a walk. So that's where we'll be hitting some of those storefronts to actually have that interaction with businesses, introduce ourselves. And that's why we've been waiting for this BREWD to get to this point, so that we can actually get out, meet the businesses, build that relationship, and have them participate in the survey, and also looking at connecting them with resources that help them. So that is what those volunteers will be stepping up to do, very graciously.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve McGee.
Are you still looking to recruit volunteer businesses to do that?
I think at this point, we're through, because the training, like there is some online training that they could do, but we did our training last week.
Yeah.
So I guess if we maybe had them soon enough, we could get them into some of the training here over the next few days. I think there's training until early next week.
Great.
Yeah.
So, and just to emphasize that again, I really appreciate that BREWD is trying really hard to get the business community to participate in all levels of this process. And I think that's where the strength in this will be, is that we're going to have very, very strong local involvement, so that the data is very, very accurate, I think, for our area.
That's correct. So the data is going to come aggregately, and if Kneehill receives 10%, so we need about 75 to 80 surveys, we will then get that data for Kneehill County, but we need to have that 10% response. So hence why those volunteers are really key, hence why we want to get out, hit the street, go talk to businesses directly, so we can encourage that. The survey is going to take between 20 and 40 minutes to complete. And there are 2 different surveys. There's an agricultural survey, so for those producers, and then there's one for kind of every other business. So yes, we want to make sure that we get as much feedback and participation in that survey. The results from that will then be used not only through that regional initiative, through the partnership charter that Jenna talked about through the regional strategy, but then we can also take those results and adapt our economic development plan and strategies accordingly.
Councillor Forbes, please.
Can I just get some clarity, because It is my understanding that Mr. Gannon, and a few other people went around to our local businesses and already did this. What came of that?
So through the chair to Councillor Forbes, so Community Futures Wild Rose had done just a workforce development initiative. So that's why we didn't participate in the WD portion of the BREWD project, because that was already done, and there is some action planning through that initiative to support it. However, through the BRE, there is still workforce development questions being asked. So we didn't want to kind of double do the efforts.
Could you bring that slide back that shows the processes for the two different, so we can have a better hands-on clarification?
Yep. There we go. So with,
Sorry, I do have a question.
Councillor Forbes.
Through the chair, just for what happens if, I understand that you're trying to keep them separate, what happens if you go to a business that already feels that they have given you the information that because of the last visit that was happening, where will you be then? If you're getting told, no, I don't have time, this is my business, I took time from my business last time for you guys, how are you going to address that to get the data that you're looking for?
through the chair to Councillor Forbes, we just have to respect that, right? We can't force them to participate. All we can do is through our language, and we will be given like an introductory script to just state what the value and the importance of this is. Even when we did the brief for the economic development strategy, I went through those questions and they were so high level. This is really getting into the more finer issues or concerns that they have, right? So hence the depth of the survey of why it's going to take 40 minutes for them to complete it. The bonus part about with this survey too is they can come back to it. So if they need some time to reflect, they're not going to lose all their time that they've spent on it. It'll save. They can pick it up in a week and they can go back to it. So they've got some time to go through the survey. But without this information, like foundationally, it's really hard for us to get into what are their training needs, what are their struggles, what supports do they need to for us to help foster some innovation or expansion, what's their labor concerns, really high level in the BREWD portion. So that's why we really need their support in this. And I think I've seen this one go in Medicine Hat by the same team lead. Fabulous. The businesses were really supportive of it. So that's also why it's important that we got businesses calling businesses, right? To say this is important. Yeah.
Mr. Gannon, then I'll come to you, Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Forbes' question. The project that went on with Community Futures, unfortunately, in my opinion, we didn't get a lot of uptake from the businesses. There's some fatigue within the organization in building those relationships. Hence is why we're going to continue to make those advancements and those efforts to communicate with the businesses, seeing what their need, showing that there is effort put in, looking that we are the face of aid and help and a perspective, and trying to find these programs to help support our businesses. It was a fantastic question, understanding that this part, our team actually did evaluate that and felt that we did have enough data on a regional concept of what that information would provide us, not to duplicate efforts. However, the data they're going to provide from their regions will also support, because economic development does not have any boundaries. As much as we want to support our initiatives inside, we do have relatables within our other communities outside that can provide valuable information for our team as they move forward with different potential initiatives or programs as we bring them to council for consideration. So the data collected is only good as those who want to participate. There will be an absence of those who don't, but we still want to show the face that we're trying to engage, we're trying to have these conversations, and we're trying to create the programs. But the data can be limited depending on that participation. This effort gives them time to fill it out. The last blitz felt like, we're there, we need you to fill this out now, which really did not go well within our community. The strategic nature in seeing that will adapt to these programs, and we'll find better ways of communicating with them. So thank you for the question.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham, you had a question.
Sorry, I do. I just want to go back to something Mr. Gannon said. I heard you say fatigue in organizations. So do you mean fatigue within the business community or fatigue within Kneehill County? Sorry, I just need clarification on that.
Thank you, through the chair. We're talking fatigue and doing a consultation or these surveys. I think the industry term is survey fatigue, because they're trying to see where they're actually going to get something from it. And we have to try to change that perception by showing that we are. However, the new economic development plan and us moving forward with these initiatives shows that we are trying to make these efforts. We are trying to hit those deliverables with the economic development plan and trying to show that we are supporting. And the more information we can capture will align us better with understanding what we require to do to help support those businesses. So these programs are really important to provide us with the data. So we're creating programs that fit the Kneehill County businesses and those that are existing through the BREWD. Thank you.
So since you mentioned Kneehill County businesses, I just want to know exactly where the focus is. And when you say you're hitting the streets, I hope you meant range roads and township roads. And that the focus is on our business owners and our farms that are rural, because that's who's paying the dollars for this, and that's where our focus needs to be. So just a clarification, so.
Reeve King, yes, that is accurate. I know the lead for the project had approached the neighboring municipalities and they declined. So this is only for Kneehill County businesses. We will not be going to Three Hills, Trochu, Acme, Linden, Carbon. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I saw, okay, Councillor Cunningham, and then I saw Deputy Reeve McGee.
So Reeve King and I like to debate on that. So I 100% understand the focus of Kneehill County. That's who pays the taxes here. I'm sitting right here right now and I can see 4 businesses across the road within the town of Three Hills that are owned by Kneehill County residents. So while I do understand the importance of Kneehill County, of course, absolutely, my 100% first and foremost, but I think we need to also understand the impact of, like, that's just 4, right, literally across the road from us right now. There is many people within Kneehill County that own businesses within our urban partners. So I think somehow there needs to be a piece of that as well. Thank you, Mr. Gannon, for explaining that fatigue. I've been a business owner for 35 years in rural Alberta. There is survey fatigue, 100%. And so what I'm gonna suggest or encourage BREWD is those business owners, when that survey's done, they're gonna want you to, BREWD, to come back with some tangible, workable outcomes. Because I think I've told this story before. I was involved in a project with the town of Three Hills a few years ago. We met with a company that they hired from Ontario, which I didn't agree with, but that's a whole other story. We spent a beautiful evening in sunny July in Three Hills Community Center, went over all this. What came of that? Absolutely nothing. And so there is fatigue, 100% within the business community. So whatever happens through this, people just want to know what's going to come from it and what they get from it. Because otherwise, like Councillor Foe, there has been a lot of surveys that have gone through in the last while. And respectfully, to this date, people aren't seeing the fruits of that.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just want to address a few of those things in a roundabout way as what I've learned by being part of this BREWD project because of CAPE and because we are also a supporter of this program. What's really exciting about the program is I think you will find, Councillor Cunningham, that we will be addressing those very concerns. That was a very strong part of the conversation throughout the time. It's hard to believe when we're in that survey fatigue part because history says one thing and we're saying another thing. But that was part of the buy-in for us, is that if this isn't tangible, actionable plans, we don't want that. And when you look at this chart, you can see that that is a process. We are going to be doing, I understand BREWD wants to do such a thorough job. We're not going to see those tangible outcomes rapidly because this is a very large data process. So the frustrating part is it's going to take a bit of patience for that to come forward, but it is clearly why all the partners are part of it, is because they're asking for exactly that same thing. As a matter of fact, our support financially requires that. So I'd like to encourage you to feel positive that we will see a whole different way of managing these things than we've seen in the past. And I'm quite excited about that. The part about our other villages around in all of the different counties that are participating, we have some towns and some not. They were approached in more than one way. This has been a proven process that has happened in other parts of Canada, particularly Alberta, and yet they declined to do that. And I truly believe part of the reason would be, again, the survey history that you were talking about, Laura Lee, is that, sorry, Councillor Cunningham, we created a skepticism. And I think it's our job to show that our actions are going to eliminate that skepticism, and we want to start a new way and a different way of approaching this, that you can trust us and know that we're here for you. That's the whole purpose, is that we're here for you. When it comes to Reeve King's question around the ag component, that again was a huge, big question by CAPE, and again, we also made that demand. That it is such a big demand that BREWD has designed an agriculture-only component to their survey. So all industries start with the opening part of the survey, and then if you become an agriculture company, like any farm, all farms would be included in this, by the way, all farms. You would then be directed to the part of the survey that is only for ag, and that data will be totally separated. And so it has a very high input into trying to look at ag data very specifically in ways that has never happened before in this area. So I'm very excited. When it comes to those other towns, I really hope that we set the example of, gosh, we really wanted to hear from you guys. Those municipalities said no to this. They were asked. We valued it there across the street. They've been asked more than once saying, hey, you're part of this story. We really want to hear this information. And so we still need to build that bridge. And I think it's really important that we find ways to do that, and I think this survey will reinforce that as well. But I'm hoping it sets the example that those villages and towns see that we want to work together and we need more data from them. But we have to also respect. A municipality was asked, each one of those municipalities were asked in more than one way, and they all declined. And that is not us neglecting them, that's their choice for their reasons. And please note that we're very aware of that as well.
So I'm just going to make a comment and then I'll come to you, Mr. Gannon. So when I asked my question earlier, I want us to focus on business, and I'm going to be careful how I define this, that is Kneehill County generated. I don't care where they sit and do business, but I want the businesses that are rural resident originated businesses. Those are the ones I think we should be surveying. I recognize that there's lots of people who live in Kneehill County that have a business that physically is located in a town or village. I don't want us on Main Street, Three Hills, interviewing every business that's there, or Main Street, Trochu, or Main Street, Linden. But if there's a business in those areas that the ownership is rural, Kneehill County generated, then I think they are valid to be included in this survey. And to me, the benefit needs to go to our ratepayers, because that's who's agreed to participate. So Councillor Cunningham has a valid point, and you can look in Linden, you can look in Acme, you can look in Trochu, you can look in Three Hills, and you'll find businesses that are there, physically located there, that are rural, owned and operated. They should be included in this survey because they're valid Kneehill County based businesses, because there are ratepayers and we need to provide information for them. Again, I think that it's a hard line and it's to draw, and it's, Kevin, you said it, economic development doesn't recognize borders. reality is Kneehill County residents don't recognize borders either. So when we talk to a Kneehill County resident and you say, where are you from? They might say Acme. They don't say Kneehill County. And so, again, I think the value of what's being done here needs to be focused on the people who are going to ultimately be paying the salaries of our economic development organization, and the benefit needs to come back to Kneehill.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ken, or King.
That's all right.
I know for sure that I saw the list of our producers, and for example, Tulikoff Farms, they own a business in town here, but they are a resident of the county. So there's many examples like that.
Yeah.
And also, once everything's wrapped up and we do get our data, it's not saying that it's not just going to benefit the residents of the county. It will tie into everybody in the towns as well because of those no boundaries as well. So, yes.
And I'm coming to you, Kevin. One of the things, Mr. Gannon, sorry, one of the things that I think is real valuable in what we're doing here is this will show our urban neighbors that the rural actually contributes way more to what's happening economically within their boundaries than they realize. And I think there's huge value in that, because oftentimes I get told that farmer or that operation is nothing but an aggravation to us, and they don't realize the value of the rural that's being placed into their urban, and they're not acknowledging that. And I think this has great value for us to promote residents and Kneehill County to our urban partners, to say we are a valued contributing partner in what's happening within their communities as well as within Kneehill County. So I think there's great value in this. Mr. Gannon, your opportunity.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the great conversation and understanding what council is hoping to expect from the project and moving forward. As I stated multiple times prior, is economic development is a lot of times the lifeblood of our community. And when we look at this BREWD project moving forward, the deliverables which Councillor McGee and our team has mentioned could have cross benefit for those communities that we mentioned that have no boundaries. So as we develop programs, those are considerations that will be brought forward to council for consideration. Do you want to help the businesses within those communities? Do you want to do that? Because they do have cross benefit. And we're hoping that those communities could join into those projects. But as everybody knows, financials are a huge part of programming and delivering. So we will bring those opportunities forward as this program moves forward. And then council will have a decision on who do we deliver those programs for. And then we could really make those impacts, which I'm hearing from council today. So thank you.
Okay, so we were going to go back to the request for decision at one point in time, and then we got sidetracked. So
Okay.
I guess we didn't get sidetracked. We've had good discussion around the whole concept. So
Yeah. No, great discussion. So we thank you for all your input and feedback on the program.
I guess we have one more question before we get to that. Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, sorry for the late question here. It just popped in my head. Are we currently sitting on the Three Hills Chambers as a county? Like, you're going actively to their meetings?
Yes.
So you have a beat on what they are struggling with from this perspective of this survey you're asking. And then I guess my next question is I see your timelines are January and February. So when would you be letting the public know the data? Because I mean, if you're going to go and approach these businesses, and the biggest concern is we fill out, we have survey fatigue, but yet I don't know what comes of the surveys that I've filled out. So do you have a timeline in which that information will be provided back to the people that you are speaking to, so that they can look for it and say, okay, where are we at? And if you're not there yet, at least they can approach the counselor and have that conversation.
Back to your BREWD process. Yes. So back in that flow chart there, Jenna, maybe just explain a little bit about that process when that information comes back out for what we heard.
So yes, that will be coming, I do not see a.
We do that right here.
Yeah, prepare final summary report of priority actions. I don't know an exact month that will be coming out, but that final report will be acknowledged. Yeah.
And then through that, what are they actually calling it? The Economic Growth Forum is where then they're bringing those industry stakeholders or just people who want to be a part and attend that growth forum. That's where they're going to talk about, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. And the other important facet of this BREWD project is it's actually going to tie into the Economic Outlook series that council had agreed to just about a year ago, right, in April, May. And why we felt it was good to just kind of take a back step, because we're already asking for that information so re-engaging twice is a really frustrating process. So now we're going to have data, and now we can work with them on their growth forums, and then we can still proceed now with our Ag Economic Growth Forum series as well, and try to build those two events. So now we go right into action. This is what we heard. What are we gonna do about it?
Faster pace.
Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham?
So this is a question in relation to the RFD. So I just want to clarify, what we're looking for in this RFD is it says 3,000 community contribution. So we're looking that $3,000 would allow council to attend the survey launch event on January 23rd. Is that correct?
So through the chair to Councillor Cunningham, that $3,000 was already contributed to last year. So there's no further financial contribution to this initiative. So what we're now asking really for is to, if council wishes to attend that BREWD survey launch, to register for it. And I think registration's closing here within the week, just so that she can pull her numbers together. And then of course to sign the partnership charter, in that informal partnership charter in spirit of recognizing the importance of collaboration and regional partnership. So really, and then to promote the survey, just to tell people as you're talking to businesses and producers. So that is that one option. You may also choose to not attend the launch event on January 23rd, or you just may choose to accept this all as information. So those are the three recommendations moving forward.
Yes, Deputy Reeve McGee.
Do I understand correctly that the signing is supposed to be done at the launch event? Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, what time of day is this? Because some of us are gonna be in Edmonton the night before.
I know. Yeah. Do you have the time? I think it's 11.
11 a.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Olds.
That's doable, probably.
Yeah. Through the chair, we can have that information redistributed at the close of today's session, and we can just have it back so it's fresh on your plate, and we'll distribute that through Carolyn and back to council. So if you wish to register, then you've got all the information at hand.
Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham, did you have another question?
Well, more of just a comment, like for me, actually, that day is the Three Hills and District Chamber of Commerce General Meeting, so that's my first priority, so I'm unable to attend, and I'm just wondering, does it make sense just to send a couple council, or does all of council? I mean, like I said, I won't be able to attend, but just kind of wondering about that.
Well, I don't think we've made any decision at this point in time.
That's why I'm asking,
There's a request in front of us, and so it's up to us as council to determine, the questions are whether we want to attend the event, and if we want to make a motion to allow council members to attend, whether we do not want to. All of those things are up for us to decide. And because we have a presentation at 11, I would suggest either we're going to postpone the rest of this discussion until after that and take a quick break, or we're going to make a relatively quick decision here. So really the questions in front of us is, A, are we going to participate in the launch? And B, are we going to allow council members to attend? Councillor Penner.
Just to comment, I think it's very valuable to participate in this, and it is in our area. It's not like overnight accommodation, and economic development is so valuable. So if a council member can make it, I'm all for it.
Was that a motion?
I could make that motion. Unfortunately, I cannot attend, but if there are council members that can attend the BREWD survey launch event on January 23rd, I'm all in favor of that. So The motion, that's,
Approve the attendance
there
of
we go,
council.
yep.
Okay, so we do have a motion that would say approves the attendance of council members to attend the launch event on January 23rd. Is there any further conversation related to that?
Am I allowed to ask him? Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry, just on that motion, because in the RFD, we're writing to also do the partnership charter. Are we wanting two separate motions, or just because we do need to confirm with the BREWD team if we're going to be signing that partnership charter on that day as well? We have to confirm with them by the end of today.
Okay, well, I see right now we're probably doing two motions. And because you asked that question, I think we're okay with the first motion as is, and then if there's no further discussion to that motion, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And then the next question that of course has been asked is whether we want to approve signing of the partnership. Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, I would make the motion to sign the partnership charter at the launch event in the spirit of recognizing the importance of collaboration and regional partnerships.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Whitstock. Any discussion to that motion? Councillor Forbes?
What would be the financial benefit that we would be on the hook for by signing this? Sorry.
We've already contributed the $3,000 that was
but moving
requested,
forward.
and the next monies that are going to be spent are all internal by our staff and our volunteers that are doing the surveys. Is that correct?
That's correct. So through the chair, like specifically, so as the strategy is created, then we would have to come together for another funding ask for what's going to happen at the outcome of that. This is just to say in spirit, it's not committing any further financial contribution. It's just saying informally, we're going to work together. It shows the business community we're working together. It shows our federal agencies we're working together. So that's it. There's no financial contribution that we're committing to further.
Okay, any further questions related to the motion to approve the signing of the partnership charter? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And since I'm sitting in the chairman's chair, I get the last kick at the cat here. One of the comments I've heard from rural business owners, i.e. farmers, is all of our other policy and documents need to line up with whatever we come out of this with. So if we're impeding that development with our own policy, we need to look hard at our own policies. So if we're doing things in land use bylaw or in municipal development plans and IDPs and all those other things that impede this progress, we're basically spending money for no reason. So they wanted us to be sure that we're lining all those things up together. Be consistent is the message I received over conversations around this whole BREWD thing and economic development, along with all our other policies.
That's the point of BREWD,
Yep.
right there. That's the point, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you a 2-minute recess because we have a delegation at 11. So we're in recess till 11, so please be prompt. So it's 11:04. And I am going to call our meeting back to order. And first and foremost, my apologies to our presenters, but welcome Mr. Page and Ms. Fielding. I'm going to ask council to introduce ourselves first, and then if you would introduce yourselves and then go ahead with your presentation. So Councillor and the other administration that's in the room. So Councillor Cunningham, if you would please.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Good morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Acme Linden corner.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2, Swalwell South.
Good morning, I'm Ken King, and I represent Division 7, which is the northeast portion of Kneehill County.
Good morning, I'm Division 1, which is the southeast piece, which borders right on to the Drumheller proper and encompasses our Horseshoe Canyon. So I'm very excited to hear what you have to say today.
Carrie Folks, Division 4.
Wade Christie, I'm Division 6. I'm in the northwest, the furthest away from Drumheller, but I do farm along the river and I find it quite fascinating. So,
Mr. Hogan.
Welcome, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Good morning, it's fantastic to see you. Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Good morning, Mike Sear, Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Once again, let me say welcome. We look forward to hearing from you, and I guess just please introduce yourselves first. When you're speaking, you just need to turn the mic on. Just let you know we're streaming and also archiving whatever's said here today. So go ahead, anytime you're ready.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for having us here again. So, as you mentioned, we're Travel Drumheller. I'm the Executive Director. And we have Danny Page here, who is a contractor with us, who's working on a really exciting project on training and development in tourism and agri-tourism. So Danny's going to talk to you about the project today and what we've been talking to administration about a few ideas. So Danny's just going to go through those ideas and what we're working on. The idea, just to let you know, that this whole project is kind of like a foundation. It's a pilot, it's to learn things. And we were funded by the provincial government through the Small Community Opportunity Programme. And so we're hoping that we can learn lessons and make this a longer term thing. But at the minute, it's a temporary pilot project to see where we can get to. So I'm going to hand it over to Danny, and he's going to talk to you about the project.
Good morning, and thank you for having me, everybody. My name is Danny. As Julie mentioned, I'm doing a 15-month consultant role with Travel Drumheller, working on some training and development initiatives, a few different initiatives throughout the Drumheller area and surrounding area. And thank you very much to Wendy for inviting me out to this as well. And yeah, I'm here to talk a little bit about some of the things I'm working on and how to potentially be involved with Kneehill County and on one specific of the main initiatives that I'm working on that ties into everything else. So I'll just give you a quick little background on where I come from. So my background comes from working in education and tourism. I was a past owner-operator of a small, really high-end tourism operation in British Columbia for about a decade. That unfortunately had to close when the pandemic hit. But I am a born and raised Albertan. I went through the University of Alberta Business Program and in Edmonton, and then kind of made my way west out of that to live in smaller towns and go adventuring. And now I find myself back in Alberta, raising my family and working on tourism and hospitality consulting and education consulting. So yeah, the few things I've been brought on by Travel Drumheller to work on is to help develop business development, education and training for youth, to kind of help promote and grow the tourism, agri-tourism, hospitality sectors within the whole area. It's interesting to listen to the last presentation. I heard a few things that jumped out at me that I think ring true to what we're talking about, which is, I heard mentioned survey fatigue. I also think in tourism a lot, there's a lot of new idea and proposal fatigue. And I heard the word consistency being important. And I also think that is a huge thing that sometimes we skip over in tourism too. It's consistency, where there's always new, exciting, flashy ideas. And then new, exciting, flashy ideas again, year after year, which can add to a lot of fatigue as well. So one of the things we're trying to do is to build sustainable long-term programs with realistic expectations year after year. So starting really small, starting with local support, because nothing starts without the local support, and that's why we're here today talking to you. So one of the things we're kind of seeing a lot in the area is there's a lot of change, economic, political, social landscapes changing, and that's really changing the way tourism's operating. We have a lot, according to Destination Canada's 2021 big report they put out, there's a lot of shift in tourism now where people are looking to actually travel and have unique small experiences that are really wanting to connect with more local. So smaller high-end experience where they want to know what they're eating, meet the people that are owning the businesses, learning about the areas, kind of disconnecting to reconnect, getting away from technology, coming to these rural areas. It's also a big part of the Tourism Alberta Ministry of Sport and Tourism Strategy Plan, as well as Travel Alberta's plan. So considering all this, one of the things I'm really hoping to get permission and support, I suppose, in doing is trying to bring back the long table event in the Kneehill County area. I know from my understanding is this was an event that was ran 4 or 5 years, and over the last year or two hasn't been ran. There was also some markets tied in with that around. But the reason that it's an important aspect to me and what I do is because it ties so well into some of the other things you're trying to do as well, which is trying to build in programming for youth and business development areas to develop training and development areas with an event like this, to use it kind of as a thing we can leverage to get people to get together and talk and train and develop and use it as a kind of a platform to put on a great event, but most importantly to get everybody together talking about these sort of things. This sort of area has a lot of what's on everybody's mind right now within the tourism industry. So a lot of open space, a lot of good people, a lot of tradition and great food and farms and that sort of thing. So bringing back the long table would be very on point to what a lot of the big players want, not because it's trying to make this, you know, the next Banff or anything like that, but bringing on really small, high-end events like this is really what Joseph Scow and a bunch of people are looking to do in small rural areas, promote small rural areas, to get a little bit away from, I heard this mentioned as well, the idea that everything's set with certain borders and you either go to this area or have this experience and have this experience with that area. And rather, there's a lot of travelers now looking for just seamless, frictionless travel. They want to come to area, have a really good experience, get to meet the people, get to taste the area, get to learn about the area, have kind of everything all included. Less worrying about the dollar spent, more worrying about the overall experience of their whole travel destination, travel experience. Some statistics to kind of I brought to back up this sort of what I'm proposing is just some Statistic Canada numbers. As in 2022, tourism was responsible for generating about 100,000 jobs in Alberta, and that contributed to about $9.16 billion in the provincial GDP, which kind of ranks that and agriculture as two of the top industries for the province. As well, almost about 50% of those expenditures for tourism actually came from the food, beverage, and accommodation sector specifically. So when we talk about long table events or markets or things like that, it really fits in to what we're seeing number-wise. The idea of bringing back the long table event wouldn't be to necessarily bring back exactly what was. It would be to take what has already happened, learn from it, and take a slightly different approach. And like I said, have it more focused, less about the event itself, but the build up for the local communities, local businesses, local people to the event. Have it less about ticket sales and more about just using it as an opportunity to learn how to really develop the area and host an event like this and what it takes and what the opportunities for the youth are moving forward. So long-term, you know, the idea would be able to run a pilot project for year 2, because, you know, I can't speak for Julie and Travel Drumheller fully, but I can speak for my role for the next 15 months, is to run a pilot project so we can see what we can do with the support of the local community, the county, and do less talking and proposals and more just showing. Say, like, this is what this would look like. This is what, if you want to move forward, this is the path of what it looks like for the next few years. This is how it would look like, how we could build the programs into the high schools, what it would look like if we're connecting with the Olds College and State Hospitality and Tourism program and trying to send people coming out of high schools or bringing those people in for work experience learnings to get them involved. We've seen a lot of success in this in the Medicine Hat, Lethbridge, Tabor area with the work they've done in that. And we can use that as a bit of a template of what could work, but obviously different in this sort of area. So there is a path to travel forward already laid out. And the idea is consistency. So not approach this as a one thing, but do it in the first year or maybe 2, where it's really a lot of less about, like I said, trying to promote the thing, make it a big deal, but more about how to develop the whole process, why we're doing it, and then have it heavily subsidized. And I do have budget set aside with my grant to cover this for the first year, so it's not a big financial ask at all really here, more just a local support ask. This is what it looks like, and if it's something the county likes, let's set a path forward of how this looks for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, so we can get to a point where somebody like myself is disappearing and it's all ran by the county and owned by the county and responsibility for the county, and the right people are coming and there's training around it and there's ties in with the schools and the colleges. The recently released tourism sector strategy released by Government of Alberta and the Minister of Sports and Tourism, Joe Scull, specifically highlighted supporting events and unique products and experiences such as these as one of their 5 key pillars to help diversify Alberta's tourism portfolio. So we know that the government, this is on the mind, big time. It's not about trying to create big new destinations and drive numbers. It's about creating very unique experiences that are one-offs once a year or every quarter, things like that, but that are ran consistently and well and with a reason, like knowing the why, not just doing it to do it, but understanding why we're doing it in the short term, and most importantly, why we're doing it in the long term. Like where are we trying to get in 5 to 10 years? Why are we doing it? Which, to me, from my background and where I come from, it's always about creating the long-term benefit tie-in of how all the youth programming and everything ties in with it to move it forward. So we know Alberta, the province of Alberta, wants to hit this $25 billion goal by 2035 for tourism expenditures for the province, following British Columbia's path. So how something I see in something like this is creating a once a year, maybe twice a year event that runs on a really high-end level, using it as a template and inviting people like Joseph Scalp to come out and have it. Don't worry about saying, hey, we need to sell 100 tickets for this. Not worrying about the finance much, but finding the budget to say, okay, let's put on the event, let's run it right, let's get the right people here so we get their attention, let's show them what the county's all about, what the people are all about, what the farms are all about, and then get to a point and say, now let's start looking at what we need to do to make this a more regular, consistent event where the county itself is actually working at marketing and promoting and selling tickets, but not putting that pressure on the first year or 2. Keeping in mind what exactly we're trying to do in the first year or 2. And other than that, for me, it all comes down to, as well as something like this, is starting locally. Making sure we have local support, not doing something like this without the local support, because every time in tourism we've seen that done before, where somebody or some organization or some initiatives ran with, but the locals aren't on board, it'll fall flat eventually. So really making sure it first starts locally, people are on board, people understand it, the time's taken to explain the why of why it's happening, and then moving forward in a sustainable manner of how to do it. And if that means delaying things, then you delay them. But first starting locally, not trying to rush it in and do it without people's local support. So that's the ask that I've brought today, and I'll let Julia add anything to that. But it's more coming here to make everybody aware of what we're thinking, and as well, seeing if there's any interest or support, and if there is, finding a way to work together to move it forward in a really realistic, sustainable manner.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Was there something you wanted to jump in with, Ms. Field?
The only thing I wanted to say was just Danny talking about longer term. So we are working with Travel Alberta on a project called Badlands Live, which has a food aspect. It hasn't at the moment, but they are giving us some money to help run events, predominantly on food and arts and culture. And this would be, I did put some money in for Kneehill County to help with a fork to table event. So just so you know, and this is for 26.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so basically, I guess we'll have a fulsome discussion about whether we're in or not a little later in our agenda, but is there any specific questions to what's being presented and perhaps clarification on what's being asked? Councillor Cunningham.
So unfortunately for us, a lot of it always comes down to money, which is a sad part of the world, but it's reality. So I noticed you mentioned, like Minister Chow, so I guess what I'm looking for is what would be the cost to Kneehill County for us to do these type of events? It sounds like perhaps maybe there has been some funding come forward, so just that's my first question.
Yeah, if for summer 2025, I've been chatting with Wendy a bit about the potential of maybe hosting one in August 2025, obviously if we had support and approval. And if that was the case, what I've been brought on to do, there is money I've set aside within the budget of the grant with Travel Drumheller teams to work with that. So it's not a huge financial ask for year one, it's to put something on. Now, obviously, where it goes from there, I think that was mentioned over here, money and number always have to come up. So in a long-term strategy and plan, we can get a pilot up and going without much financial contribution. If there is additional financial contribution, it definitely adds to it and you can make something bigger and better. But there's not a huge financial ask if we were able to get up a one-off here for August 2025 to pilot it. And then the idea would be to look over numbers once people have seen, because I always find it's way easier to get people's trust once they can see what you're doing, when you're walking the walk, not just talking the talk, and can discuss that. And then 2026, you're looking at, trying to get some of those bigger players coming to the event to see, because we've also had a year under the belt to iron out some kinks and make sure it's running at a high level.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any other questions specifically? If not, like I said, we will be coming back to a more fulsome discussion later in our agenda. Deputy Reeve McGee.
So just for clarity, the long table event, are you looking to kind of develop it once you know what our position is, or do you have some sort of a basic outline of how that would look, and therefore what would be our contributions, both time, financially?
Yeah, so it's something, obviously I've been putting a lot of work into on the background very quietly for a while now, and connecting with all sorts of people in different counties that have had success and failures doing this sort of thing. So the kind of pins are set up, but I've yet to do anything in the area or be vocal about it all, because this wasn't a hugely important step for me to move forward, because I think if there's not a desire to move forward by the county or support, then we squash it and redirect those funds to some of the other initiatives I'm working on, like developing relationships for the area with Olds College and some high school program and things like that. So we have the uniqueness of the grant I'm working on. I have about 4 or 5 different initiatives I'm working on. So I've put money aside and I've kind of started setting up the pins on this, but having the local support is priority number 1. So if it's not something that comes to fruition this year, that's fine, and we can leave it for another year. And if it is, then everything's kind of set up to move forward with some form of speed, because there would being January and us talking summer 2025.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cunningham.
And I know we're gonna discuss this further later, but I just wanna make sure that I have a pretty good idea in my head of what your kind of vision is. One of the things that I hear from ratepayers in terms of long table dinner was it was inaccessible for them because of the cost. So my thoughts are always, I wanna be able to have everyone be able to attend these events and not just those that are able to afford it. So could you tell me a little bit more about where you see that going? Like, will it be something that's more open to everyone, or is it still more for that select group?
Yeah, and that's where a long-term strategy and sitting down as a county or council would be so important. So by nature, these long table events are not inclusive. To be honest, they're usually very expensive but what can be done and what I've seen success done before is you run these events at a high-end level for high-end guests, and that's what the Travel Alberta, the government wants to see. They're mandated to try to bring in high-end travelers to rural Alberta. And that's what these events do, but then what you can do with the spin-off is build local events as well. Like I've heard things like there's a desire to have a successful local market or local dinners and things like that. And we use the initiative to build the flashy long table dinner events for those high-end travelers or ministers or whoever you want to invite in, but you also create the spin-off with the same budget initiative and training programs to build local events that are very similar as well and to help promote the markets and things like that as well. So it kind of is making sure everything's moving in unison because, like I said, like you mentioned, you do want the locals to be involved and accessible and things like that, but it's really making sure there's a short and long-term plan so people really understand the ins and outs of it, so people don't leave feeling perturbed, usually because of misunderstandings of certain things.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Would it be an accurate description then, to wrap up what you said, that we are looking for locals to be part of the sharing of what makes Kneehill great so that people are enticed to come and experience it and leave their money here?
Yes.
Yes.
But I think also we want to, it's, yeah, as I said at the very beginning, this is a pilot and this is just a start. And I mean, Danny's doing lots of work on training and really encouraging and showing farmers and things alternative ways of generating revenue and celebrating what they do. So I think it's a whole, yes, there's the event, but I think there's the whole thing leading up to it and following from it that we're really trying to help so that it's not just one thing that costs $300 to attend or something like that, right? Like it's so that the whole community embraces it and learns from it. And we can make agriculture a bit more sustainable and open to people and celebrate all the food that is produced here and things like that.
And I'm just going to add one other thing. I think another big part of it too is to build confidence and understanding and knowledge. So it's like to get over the hump of what this crazy agri-tourism word is that nobody understands. Be like, look, this isn't this crazy scary beach monster that comes in tourism or agri-tourism. It's something that can complement to what is already here. The point is to complement, not take over. Because the reason doing something like this is to do exactly what was just mentioned, to highlight the area, why it's special, the people here, the food here, the fact, the disconnect to reconnect, the open spaces. It's not to take over, it's to complement the way of life that's here and just add a little bit to what's already happening.
Okay, thank you. All right, like I said, we'll be having a further discussion a little bit later in our meeting, but certainly I want to say thank you to you, Mr. Page, Danny, and you, Julia, Ms. Fielding, for being here today. Appreciate what you've brought us, and hopefully we'll be able to provide you with some direction and answers later on.
Fantastic. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you. All right. So we will move on in our agenda to 5.4.2, country market research and recommendations. And welcome back, Ms. Kester and Ms. Gerbrandt. And I'll warn you that you're in front of lunch, so we could get hangry before we're done. Not necessarily, but certainly, maybe you might expect an interruption at some point in time. So, but whenever you're ready, please go for it.
Thank you for having us back again, Council. So we're bringing to you today, finally, the results of the country market research and recommendations that we did at the end of last year. So the background here is at the March 12th, 2024 council meeting, council motioned to host 3 country markets at Horseshoe Canyon with a budget of $34,000 as part of the Growing Kneehill project. Through vendor marketing on social media, email, and telephone calls, administration was able to secure 9 vendors and 1 sponsor for the country market. Administration returned to council on May 28th to provide an update and received further direction on the country market due to the decline in participation amongst vendors and sponsors. Council set a threshold of 15 vendors per event by May 31st for the country market and directed administration to cancel any respective country market that does not meet this threshold. Following the decision, council directed administration to conduct outreach to potential market vendors. On May 31st, administration canceled all 3 markets as directed by council due to low participation numbers. We then diverted our efforts to restructuring for a 2025 event. Administration developed a preliminary plan in July 2024 and met in October once full staffing levels returned to finalize the project plan, communications, and marketing plan and survey questions. The vendor survey was released on October 23rd through to November 1st on social media, and over 50 contacts were reached. Upon preliminary review of the vendor results, administration felt it necessary to seek feedback from the sponsors and service organizations and consequently distributed a survey to support administration and council with a deeper understanding and ability to develop and make informative decisions on the future of the market. These surveys were distributed to over 60 contacts. The survey goals were to achieve a response rate of 25 to 35%, and administration received an overwhelming response of 73%. A research findings report was developed and shared amongst Parks and Economic Development to conduct a SWOT analysis and develop a list of recommendations for review and consideration by the Committee of the Whole to assist Council in determining the future direction of the country market. So with all of this, our team, the level of effort has spanned over the course of 4 weeks with tasks including 6 team review collaboration meetings with 5 community service staff members, 12 interdepartmental strategy and review meetings, creation of a project matrix and a communications plan, creation of 3 different surveys, conduction of a SWOT analysis, creations of a finding report, and creation of a findings report presentation. So the evolution of this event has changed over time, beginning with a farm days and agriculture celebration into more recently an economic development driven event. As such, the sole purpose and vision needs to be assessed. If the country market is to be considered as an economically driven event, we must identify a suitable location and a target audience that aligns with the goal of attracting investment. If this initiative is for the purpose of community economic development, we recommend finding existing markets in the region and fostering multiple avenues of support that we could give, such as funding and grant opportunities. This type of support will not take away from the industry, but will only enhance it. If the country market is to be considered an agricultural event, we would need to identify potential partners to collaborate with and determine the target audience for the event. This will ensure we are effectively meeting the needs of both the agricultural community and attendees. So initially, $4,000 was allocated for the project from the Growing Kneehill Parks budget, and total expenditures were $1,905 with a remaining project budget of $2,000. And with that, we will go into the presentation, and afterwards we'll come back to the recommendations of council.
So if you can skip to the this is just the findings report, so it's pretty lengthy. We're not going to go through that, but we've got a summary in that presentation that we will go through. There we go. Perfect. All right. So skip to the next page. So again, the project's purpose was for Kneehill County staff, was the leader and stewardship of the Kneehill Country Market Long Table event. Kneehill County Council directed administration to gather those insights from the Kneehill County country market vendors on their future interest and needs for the future country market participation. It was determined the best way to gather insights was to conduct a survey to those vendors that have participated or were located within the county. Furthermore, Kneehill County is home to a variety of service and community organizations, and it will be necessary to understand their future direction, mandate, and priorities to potentially add value to the market. The research findings are necessary to determine the future of the country market and how Kneehill County will continue to support the initiative. Next page, please. So again, just through that background, and I think Jenna really highlighted that through quite a bit in the RFD, so I'm not sure I'll go through that again, but this started back in March 12th, making that motion to proceed with the 3 country markets. Returned to council in May, it was canceled due to lack of participation, and then back in the summer through to the fall was beginning the research activities that we're going to be talking about today. Can move forward to the next one. So just a little bit on the methodology that we took. The research really began in October, where that outreach with vendors, sponsors, and the service organization. So that was our primary research collected. Then we looked at some secondary research that is fairly lengthy there in that report that complemented this. We also did some financial analysis. We looked at what other competitors, and we also did some farmer market research, was all gathered, and that led to identifying the opportunities and challenges within the country market, which then went into the SWOT analysis, where we compiled all those findings from what we heard and what we read through secondary, and we compiled that in November. And then in November, December, we sat down as a team with staff and we developed some recommendations for consideration to where we are today to present the findings in January so that we can make some decisions about the future market and long table event, or market, I should say. Next page, please. Here we're taking it up.
So this slide showcases the research results and who we actually reached out to. So there were 40 past and future vendors, 35 sponsors, and 25 community groups. So our sample size was around 100 contacts, and we received 73 respondents back. And just to note on the vendors, there were 9 respondents that were eliminated as they were not verified vendors. So that's why the numbers will look a little bit skewed that way. And next slide. So again, we had the secondary research results were to look at competitive markets, and then also to look at financial and participation analysis and external studies such as farmers market statistics. So internal and external secondary research was conducted to gain an understanding of the current and future environment of farmers markets, visitors, financial models, and participation. And next slide will show the history of the market. You've probably seen this a few times here, but it all started back in 2016 when it was the bus tour. And then in 2017, that moved into the long table dinner. 2018 was long table dinner again and the introduction of the country market. 2019, same thing, long table dinner, country market. And then post-COVID, another country market and long table dinner. And the last event was in 2023 with the market and long table dinner. And next slide goes into the SWOT analysis.
Okay, so the following SWOT analysis is a compilation of all of the survey results from the vendor sponsors and service organizations, as well as through Kneehill County staff. And we'll go through each individual item here in the SWOT. So the key strengths that we found, and again, these are those internal positive factors that help us or could be leveraged to achieve success. So we found overall that the vendors are in support of the market, rotating throughout Kneehill County. Vendors indicated that they favored Three Hills, Linden, Torrington, Trochu, Keevers Lake as their top choices for the market. Power and utilities being brought into the canyon will meet a requirement by vendors. So they are requiring that, and in some of those more urban locations, there is some accessibility to those services. Utilizing expert contracts to support in market and long table development. So again, like just kind of what Travel Drumheller came in to talk about, there's some of that if the long table goes through with them, but also looking at through Alberta Ag Societies, the Farmers Market Association. There's different groups that do provide a lot of support in helping build up and bolster a great market. Sponsors indicated that they'll support events that help the local community, so they're very keen for that. Access to local amenities to host those indoor-outdoor markets, and events with full access to utilities and that are open year-round. So we do have those, some of those locations do have those utilities and amenities there that could support that. When speaking with some of the service organizations and through some of the other vendors, they mentioned that they do collaborate. So they are doing their best to leverage those supports and access to those community services and programming. So whether it's volunteers or just their, the locations themselves, they are working together. And also that big opportunity to utilize community halls as well as non-traditional event spaces to host indoor events. So those could be some of the outdoor spaces that we would be looking at. And there is a willingness and support among organizations, providing that there is a clear vision for the market. So when we talked to those service organizations, they said, yeah, we would be interested, but what would be that outcome and that goal? Next page, please. So some of the weaknesses that came forward, and again, so these are those internal factors that can be a disadvantage to achieving success. So weather came up as the number one, like with no shelter, right, to protect those vendors from those elements. No utilities at the Horseshoe Canyon site made it difficult. So again, this was feedback based on prior years of participation, and we know that we do have some power brought into that area now, but not necessarily at that time when they took the survey. The vision and goal of the market and that long table weren't clear, and that they shift regularly. So what is the purpose of it? So that was one thing that we really talked about, and that was shown in that slide that Jenna went through, just that evolution, how we kind of went back and forth. There was not enough time for us to market and secure those vendors. So when we tried to execute that last year, you know, we weren't really beginning that until about April, and really we need a good 9 months in advance to get that going. So that was a big limiting factor. And vendors are also indicating that they're not going to participate if there's no foot traffic. So that was really important, and how that impacted their direct sales and the promotion. So they need that foot traffic. We need people in order to attract and make a sustainable event. There was also no ability to track the ROI, so that return on investment on previous advertising efforts. And we talk about YYC Curiosity, etc. They've even talked about that is really hard for them to track. No buy-in from different groups. So we haven't engaged in community enough was one weakness that we found, and we need to do more with that. As we know that staffing levels are hard and challenging as it is in capacity. So we need to be able to leverage our community more to host those events. We also found it really difficult to track visitation. So what were those demographics? How much were they spending? You know, we couldn't really get a clear outcome to those events. And sponsors are unsure if they would support events in the future which impact Kneehill County. So at one point they're saying, yeah, you know, we're happy to support as a sponsor, but what does that look like going forward? They're not sure that they would come to the table. So it all depends what the initiative is. And few to no organizations are considering expansion of programs of services to include markets unless it has direct benefit to their organization. So that's really those service organizations are saying, we don't have any idea, but if we have a conversation and how did it impact us, you know, we might come to the table. Next slide, please. So just some key opportunities. There is still that desire by vendors for a more established market to be able to compete with larger markets. The opportunity to increase the registration fee to vendors, providing that there are more amenities. So that was one item that came out of their survey results. To increase the marketing time, we have to be able to plan much further in advance so that we can get that marketing information out. And investigate activities in the region. So we're looking at, you know, could something be held during Three Hills Cruise Nights or other parades or events in Drumheller through their Passion Play, Rosebud Theatre, et cetera, where we could actually have that foot traffic to come and which one would be the best one to implement. And to explore other opportunities through communities and locations to host that market to revitalize it. So maybe Wimborne, Torrington, or Swalwell, what's happening there that we could possibly leverage. And the key one was to also partner with organizations locally, and provincially or federally even, whether that's ag societies, producers, environmental organizations, especially looking at that Trochu Arboretum event and Open Farm Days, would help bring forward a diverse offering of experiences desired by visitors and vendors. And again, further partnering with Travel Drum, the Tyrrell, Rosebud, et cetera, to increase that foot traffic. And an opportunity to collaborate with local community groups to drive sponsorship, increase volunteerism, and build strong community connections. So it ties really well with what our previous delegate was just talking about, was getting that community involved. And then one of the other key things that came out was working with the service organizations to provide funding. But they also have that access to staff and volunteers, right? So how can we work to bolster that? And we'll move on to the threats. So what we found was the key threats when we sat down to pull this together was we just really had an unclear vision and goal of the market and that long table event. Competing priorities with other initiatives within the county. You know, now that we look at the economic development plan and it's pretty robust, like, you know, we're trying to balance everything that we're doing and it's challenging, and not just within economic development, but also within parks and ag. Sponsors aren't seeing that ROI on the events. So again, hence why they're hesitant to say, yeah, we'll come forward, but we would look at it depending what the event looks like. And financial volunteers, aging infrastructures are the largest barrier to program expansion. So it would be still challenging, but they're still willing to have a conversation what that would look like. And weather, utilities, and availability is a limiting factor for that vendor participation. So where else are they traveling to? What other markets are they participating to that maybe are more advantageous to them and they're not as susceptible to weather? And what other utilities are they having? So it's more deeper conversation, and a better location for that vendor participation is really, really key.
Okay, so the next slides are kind of an extension of the SWOT analysis, but we're focusing on the profiles here. So the first one here is the profile of an ideal vendor. One that participates in markets mostly to promote their business and direct sales. The ideal vendor also participates in 3 to 4 markets a year. They prefer to be contacted 3 months to a year in advance to participate in these markets, and a range of $20 to $100 as a registration fee, given the market hosts provide amenities and support such as essential advertising and promotion and access to utilities, water stations, and the ideal venue to make their experience more comfortable and be better for their products. The location of the market is the most important factor to them, with that natural foot traffic again, and not too far for them to travel to. And the next slide is the ideal sponsor. They would generally focus on nonprofit community groups in highest need, such as food banks, small not-for-profit organizations, events or fundraisers supporting youth activities and support or rural community enhancements. And they appreciate being recognized for their contribution. The majority require 2 to 6 months prior to the event to be contacted for their involvement. And they look for opportunities that align with their initiatives to support local communities, including quality childcare, training or hiring students, or donations to community halls, schools, or graduation fundraisers. And then the next slide will show the ideal service organization. Sports and recreational space are their top services. Organizations favor program expansions such as sports, recreation, and building upgrades. Financial, volunteer, and aging infrastructure are the top 3 barriers to execute new programs to them. And organizations often collaborate with other service groups to promote and provide programs and services to the local community and visitors. And the last profile we have is the ideal market, and we based it on a community-based approach. So the ideal market would be led by a community organization. It would be supported by government on multiple levels. It would be an array of vendors such as food, entertainment, and artisans. And there would be amenities to protect from weather elements, and there would be that natural foot traffic again to increase the customer base. And the next slide. So we're kind of going back to that unclear direction of the actual market. It kind of evolved from ag, went into economic development. So on this slide here, it shows what the ideal market would look like under those sectors. So under economic development, a connected activity would be that long table / culinary event. And then if you're looking over towards community economic development, that would be grant programs or multiple levels of support. And then if you're going to move over to ag and parks, it would be that community connections, such as the Open Farm Days event. And next slide. And this kind of wraps up the whole research and recommendations that we're proposing to you today. So top findings were to strengthen market appeal and vendor engagement, to clarify the market's vision and purpose, to optimize location and infrastructure, to utilize alternative venues with existing utilities, to increase foot traffic and market visibility, and to build partnerships with other local events and attractions to cross-promote activities. Sustainability and financial growth, work with local community groups to leverage their ability to attract sponsors and local businesses to create a sustainable financial model. Increase community involvement and volunteerism. So approach local organizations and service groups to offer support, incentives, and recognition. And leverage cultural and regional resources. Identify the tourism events already happening in the region to align with. And also to address infrastructure and volunteer challenges. So to advocate for long-term investments in regional market infrastructure and volunteer capacity to ensure scalability. And the last slide of this presentation, it shows the alignments of these recommendations and how they align to our economic development plan, our strategic plan, and our ASB plan. And so we will go back to the RFD to look at the recommended motions, and then we will take any questions. So our council options, that council recommends administration provide support through a grant program to community-based initiatives to support markets. That council recommends administration to continue operating the country market internally, or that council requests additional information. And our recommended motion is that council recommends administration to provide support through a grant program to community-based initiatives to support markets. And we are happy to answer any questions you guys may have.
Okay, well, thank you for that. A lot of information there. Are there questions from council related to the presentation? Areas for clarification? Councillor Cunningham.
So I guess looking at the RFD and the recommended motion, I guess I just need a little bit more information about that. What, for grant program, like what type of dollars are we talking? And a little bit more about the community-based initiatives.
Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the recommended motions is for us to develop one and bring it back for council to consider. So all those, our parameters are still up for consideration as we would bring that for council's consideration and adoption. Where we found success with the Arboretum and how we've seen different models around us, we felt that a community-based approach where the community does these projects have the most success. So that is one of the reasons why we made that recommended motion of come back and help support these organizations and groups who already perform or are already looking at performing, or future groups that want to perform it. So that grant program is just for a motion to give us direction to create one for consideration for council to either adopt or either for us to move forward and continue to provide markets.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just to follow up to that, my understanding would be that these communities are already actively having these events. Do they need our support? I mean, I'm looking at Three Hills Market. I don't know how many, it's been going on for years. Like, I guess I'm just unclear as to what, when they're already sustaining themselves already, what is it that they need from us?
Through the chair, so I did research a few grants that we already do have. There's about 4 or 5 that are around community enrichment, community grants to nonprofit, rural community halls, and community enrichment support. And there's probably a lot of initiatives that certain groups aren't sure that they could get support from us, or you know, these things come up like the aging rural community halls and whatnot. So I think things would come up, and I believe if we had that grant program that they could apply for, it would benefit many operations in the county.
Councillor Forbes.
So last year in January, after attending ASB and we having this conversation, I wrote up a proposal on how you would host markets around the county. So has anyone looked at that or considered it?
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the answer to that is yes. If we were to go that route, that would be council option number 1. Or sorry, not council option number 2, council option number 2. So the question here that's in front of you is really, do you want to continue a county market or not? If no, then the discussion's done. If you do, then the question really is, do you want administration to organize, run, and deliver that event? Or do you want administration to foster private interests to try to run and organize the event? So if we were to look at either of those options, that's really what we're inquiring here. The recommendation of the grant program would be to have those other entities, not the county, step forward to host and put on events, whether that was in Torrington, Keevers Lake, wherever else. If you want administration to continue to deliver the country market internally, those locations can still be considered, but there would be the entire resource allocation would come from administration versus us trying to foster community partners to take that on.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve McGee.
So further, through the reeve to our CAO, I personally believe that we don't need administration to be doing this job. I think there's plenty of other community-based initiatives that make that happen. But my question would be then, because of that, from that perspective, do we really need to make any other efforts other than knowing that part of our economic development and ag and all those other deliverables that we have, if we are approached to be a partner or to take part, like Open Farm Days is a good example where the Trojan market happened through, then that's when we look at this. But having just a general specific grant program or any other program might not be necessary.
Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair, and just as I go through, I'm just going through that question, Councillor McGee, that's really an option of council, I think, is one of the things is that if entities know that there is a grant out there that they can access, does that facilitate or encourage that development? And I think we would say yes, it does. If we're waiting for the impetus to come from them and then to come to make an ask, we're going to be bringing those asks back to council, weighing them through the existing budgets and having a discussion, does the county want to be involved or not? If we have a policy with an attached grant funding, then it's more of that encouragement of an entity knowing that there's support already out there and possibly encourage it, and through that, their encouragement to move forward with it. So either way can happen. If we did go the grant program, as Mr. Gannon said, that's where there would be something coming back to establish what that looks like, whether council wants to attempt that as a pilot policy or a pilot program. Those sorts of questions would get looked at as part of that policy development. So it's really just a matter of if the approach is going to be more reactive in terms of letting these things happen out and approach us, or if we want to try to encourage them to happen by providing some support, but not necessarily being the ones who deliver them ourselves.
Councillor Phobes.
So if we move this from the ag program into ECDev, does this affect the legislation that we follow through the ASB? Because we're no longer offering that ag program? Can someone clarify that for me?
Mr. Gannon, if you wish, please.
Thank you. Great question through the chair. We're not seeing it affect our grant program because that funding could be used for other things within the ASB portfolio. A lot of the funding itself was actually funded through our program through council versus the ASB. So the ASB funding in direct application was not, but however the staff were. So the separation is the funding came from general revenue versus the ASB grant. However, the staff allocation, the amount of hours worked there, definitely did come from Eggs and Parks to manage those events.
Councillor Phobes.
So then, if this isn't affecting anything, the reason why the ASB was putting on the country market and the long table was for was it for the legislation to meet a requirement?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. Once again, great question. The evolution of the event started as farm days, and that's the main pusher of this, and it evolved where it came to more of an economic driver promoting local businesses. So the evolution of this event really brought us to this crossroads of where do we go and what do we do, and especially when we didn't see the uptake. I also want to pass on to council from the explanation I have with our team is that with other communities that we've approached where they've had market, their recommendation was get out of the industry. It's best run by community-based groups because we found those initiatives have more uptake and more understanding and push that driver. It's not a service level they want to maintain. They want to drive them to the community groups that really drive those businesses, and they are actually a embedded partner into the success of those markets.
Councillor Penner, I'm sorry.
Good. It's unfortunate that when we had the markets in the past, the country markets, that they didn't go through. It was just kind of an initiative that we had as a council as part of the long table event, and get to maybe hit those niche artisans, the word, that had unique products and that kind of stuff, and we thought it would work. You know, it would be something people would be interested in. But it's proven from the surveys and the summary here that foot traffic is so very, very important, and a reliable foot traffic. And you can see why Three Hills and that does well, because it's the population has got used to going there, just to pick one of them. And I think it's great that we should have the opportunity there for community associations or community partners in general to put them on if they want as part of farm days or whatever, because that's going to move around too. So if they see a value to it, or it could be some other event, it could be a major sporting event in town or something, and they would like to put on a special one. So I like having the support there if we feel that the uptake might be that. And we don't know, I guess, till we try.
So, I'm hearing that there's a certain amount of desire to be supportive. Based on the information that was presented this morning, and my interpretation of it is, I really question whether there's a need for us with the current situation at Horseshoe Canyon even to contemplate this because of utilities and other things that seem to be required. Are we in competition with other markets that are happening in other communities? And do we necessarily want to be doing that? And does the need that's out there really prove that Horseshoe Canyon market is required? It does not appear that way to me currently. So is there room for partnerships, which is what we've been talking about? Does our Community Enrichment Support Program and does our Rural Residents Connection Grant provide opportunities for communities who are considering putting on a one-time market to, there's funding there. Do we need to create another grant program specific to markets? If we have already got those other two programs that are there and some potential funding to assist in those small community connection activities that they like to do, which might include like what happened in Trochu last year in association with farm days and the stuff that was going on at the Ag Fairgrounds and all that stuff. Rather than compete with that, partner with that. And do we have enough funding in place already through those other grant programs? And so that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. And let's say let's say Friends of Horseshoe Canyon get going, and all of a sudden there's a demand in that local area that they want to drive, say, a country market. Well, then we partner with them. As we've said here, we let community groups, we let organizations that are already existing drive and see the need rather than us drive it. Deputy Reeve McGee, you were going to make a comment or ask a question?
Just add to what you're saying. I'm fully exactly where you're stating, and I think I'm hesitant to suggest a grant program as well. I would rather say that we have directed our administration to be available to discuss support opportunities. Support might simply be posting the event. And I hope we would do that if it's supporting our local businesses. But do we have what we need to do those kinds of support points? I don't think the money is, a grant is necessarily the best way to support them. I think there's many different ways, and that's why I'd like to keep the unique request still coming forward of how to support it. But I also think as part of your positions, you know when to partner. Like, it doesn't, some of these smaller things certainly wouldn't even have to come to us, right? It's within your portfolio. Do what works best under that portfolio. So in my opinion, I think this report has proven that we have exhausted all the need for Kneehill County to be a leader in this, but we certainly, as a council, I am hoping, would like to direct administration to be open to hearing opportunities to be part of things that happen coming forward from community members.
Any other comments, direction? Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just to Councillor McGee on that one, we have some powers within administration that council's delegated us through the grant program. So for support to community grants, there is a threshold that as a CAO I can authorize. Above that, those have to come back to council. So whether there's attached money or not, if this is a formal program that council wants to develop or let people know about, then there should be something put in place to structure that. Because within the existing framework or budgets, if a group came to us to want to put on a market in, pick a location, Torrington or Wimborne or Swalwell or wherever, there's no formal program the county has or program that administration would just grant them some help to do that. So whether there's money attached to that program or not, there should still be structure to the program if that's the route that council goes. Within that structure, you could definitely delegate to administration the ability to do that without bringing it back. But that would be a council choice.
Just before I come to you, Councillor Phobes, the question I would have for you, Mr. Hogan, then would be, you don't really feel that the existing programs, the Rural Connections Grant and the Community Enrichment Support Program would provide opportunity to give support to that type of event without further clarifying that it has to be around country markets or that type of environment. To me, those two programs, to me, really are almost written to foster an event, something like what we're talking about right now, because it's a one-off rather than a continued. So that would be my question. You don't feel there's enough room in those two programs to give you the leeway to deal with that? Or do you think we need an additional program that would give you that flexibility?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think the first one I'd touch on is both of those would come back to council if somebody came forward with that application.
The community enrichment, I think there's a $250 floor for you.
It's a threshold, yes.
Yeah. And the other one, yes, it would come to council.
Yeah, so if there was anything above that threshold would come back to council for that. I do think there is some room within those grant programs for a market type event. I think the question comes back to how overtly does council want to encourage them? There is, does it fall within those events? I think it can. The Connections one was really aimed at a social outcome. Building those neighborly connections, building those social frameworks. This type of program would really be aimed at an economic one and at economic outcomes. Are there overlap between those two? Sure there are. There absolutely are. So I think that's the question that we'd look at, is if you want to filter these under those other grants, I think there's some room there. You could do that. It's really, to me, a question of how overtly does council want to look at the economic outcomes associated with a market, where you might see more than a request for, if an entity is wanting to do this and they need to rent a space or a generator for a day, they could easily be over that threshold. As well as if what you view as the intent of a program like this. So it's in the conversation, there's been statements come up, it's a one-off. I think, and this is, I guess, part of the question or the statement of or the expectation of outcome, is if a group wanted to put a market on, and I think what we see in the data is the entities that are attending these markets want a lot of advance notice and some consideration that it's going to be a perpetual thing. And I'll defer to the group if there's more they want to add to this, but a lot of the vendors that we talked to, I believe, came back and they have a set schedule. They know that when they participate in the Gasoline Alley Farmers Market, it's every weekend or every day. They're committed to that. And that's, I think, another thing that made the country market at Horseshoe so difficult, was the nature that it was a one-off.
Yep.
And so if you're already committed on weekends to a different market, getting to Horseshoe is very difficult. But I'll defer to Mr. Gannon.
Just before do you want Mr. Gannon's response or your question first? Okay, Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to add on to the other comment. One of the recommendations for the grant opportunity is when you have an established direction from council and council still wants to support markets, we can advertise and promote it within our economic development area and stimulate those markets to continue. Without that stimulation of understanding service level or continued service level and the support to that service level, we find those initiatives kind of die and lay silently in the background. So understanding that these programs are here and we've had success with the Arboretum and there's other people behind us in other markets, a grant program could really establish the expectations of council to those markets should those funds be used as well. So it really stimulates that economic development driver of creating, we are willing to support these in the future. Here are the parameters for that support. This is what's required. Then our team can continuously advertise or promote it every year. Have you thought about this? This grant's available. It stimulates for this reasons, and really promote the usage of them rather than being dormant and having people come looking for us. What do you have for grants? What do you have for opportunities? We don't mind those conversations, but we would like to initiate movement of potential economic development and be a driver of those.
And what you might find in this is that if a group comes forward, and I said there's different ways, they could absolutely come forward with a one-off event. That's likely. But another likely scenario might be that a group comes forward, and going back to what I talked about in that scheduling, they might apply to the county for a grant to cover rental space for 2 weekends a month for 4 months, and give the market a season to try and get established. Right? So you might see an application come forward like that as well. It really depends on the group and what they're trying to do, but that might give that group the ability to then go to a vendor and say, hey, every Friday evening you could be here, right? And see if they can get it off the ground and make a go of it and make an assessment at the end of that season. So you might see different types of applications come forward too. Could we assess this under current grant programs? We could. To me, it's a question of how intentional or overt council wants to be.
Councillor Phobes, and then I'll come to you, Deputy Reeve.
I was just going to ask if this could come back to a Cal meeting with the information that they're providing to maybe try to make it so we can either attach it to the ones we currently have for grants, or we can create one that is specific to helping our ag societies, our museums, our hall boards to be able to run an event that doesn't break their bank because of the costs associated with holding that event.
So I think just my response to your question is, within one of the options is we would give direction to administration to bring back additional information and potentially a grant program that might facilitate this for a discussion, and it would be to a COW meeting, because that way we can have a wide-ranging conversation around that. So one of the things coming out of here today I see is a request from administration to maybe consider a greater conversation around that.
Perfect.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
So to do that, I'm asking, why are we attached to markets being an important part of promoting economic development? Do we have better ways to use our time and our administration's time? Could this organically be happening in ways that really we can just keep our hands right out of it until we're asked for differently?
Okay,
I'd like to see this just be done, we're done.
Okay, I see all sorts of hands, so I'll go to you first, Mr. Hogan, and then to you, Mr. Gannon, and anybody else who wants to jump in, please.
Through the chair, I think that's part of the direction administration is looking for on this, is if it's going to be done, then we won't come back. What I've heard based on the discussion, and I'll put this out there as a clarification for ourselves as admin, is that if we do bring the discussion back to a COW, it's being predicated on how are we fostering other parties to deliver this. Is we would not be bringing back a discussion around how the county would continue to deliver this. So from the conversation, that's what I've inferred. And I'm seeing heads nod as I say that. So if we did bring it back, I think the direction we'd bring back the discussion, not the full-blown everything's on the table. It would be boxed into a scope of how are we facilitating community partners to deliver these things, and what's the county's role in that. that's how that discussion would look. So up to council now, whether you say, no, we're good as is and we're done dealing with this, or we'd like to have that discussion. Is administratively, that's where I feel that the discussion's got to.
Mr. Gannon, do you want to add anything to that comment, or are you happy?
I will defer to the CAO. He answered it completely the way I would have, in the same manner.
All right, so I'm just going to try to summarize where we're at, and I think that my understanding of the conversation so far has been is probably Kneehill County's done with country markets. The question is, does Kneehill County want to foster other groups and assist them in establishing markets in other places that aren't currently there to develop economic activity within Kneehill County? Is that where we're at, kind of? And so then the question that we have to ask or answer for administration, and we do this by resolution and direction, is are we directing administration to come back with information on how we might go about that and what it might look like if we were to have some kind of financial support program to foster those types of initiatives. If that's where we are, then what I would be looking for is a motion, direction from council to administration to do exactly that. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm suggesting the correct motion for what I have as a vision is that we receive this report and presentation as information.
Okay. All right, so that's one viewpoint. Was that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Just give us a second here, Councillor Penner, and then I'll come to you. All right, so we do have a motion that we just received, the country market discussion for information. Councillor Penner, comment.
Just to put it back to administration, so that everyone understands what it means when we move to receive it for information.
Mr. Hogan.
So through you, Mr. Reeve, what administration would do if this motion passes is we would say that's concluded, and we wouldn't be coming back with any more discussion on the country market.
On any markets?
Clarification, on country market or any market?
Any market, I think, would be what we've heard. So that would be, we wouldn't be coming back on that, although you might still see in the future if a group came forward with a grant application, obviously that's still going to go through that established process, right? But we would not be intentionally bringing a discussion back to you.
Okay, so we're clear. Any further discussion, question related to the motion that we receive the country market discussion for information? Councillor Christie, please.
I guess my comment would be that I'd like to see the two grant programs we have be promoted as the ability to help groups if they're interested, and maybe not a policy, but at least make it so that they're aware there is a grant if they wanted to go ahead and start something.
Well, I guess the clarification from an administration point of view is they're not sure that the parameters that are describing those two grants actually fit what we're talking about. And so basically, what we would be saying if we pass this motion is that there will be no further discussion around that. And our expectation, I guess, is that they would try to facilitate either bringing those requests directly back to us as council, or they might try to massage them and see how they might fit into those other two grant programs. I'm seeing nods, so Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be correct. We could look at ways of how to promote the existing grants for those purposes. So that is an action on the back end that we could do.
Okay. Any further discussion or question? Councillor Christie?
Just a question, are those grants being utilized now to their maximum or not?
Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe, and stand to be corrected, but I believe we've had the one for the Robbie Burns night in terms of the connections. Off the top of my head, I don't believe we've had any other requests for that, for the community connections. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Are we ready for the question? I'm seeing a bunch of nods, so the motion is that county receive the country market discussion for information by Deputy Reeve McGee. Are there, I'm gonna ask the question, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. All right, so that brings us to the end of that conversation. At this point, I am going to say we are adjourned, or not adjourned, recessed. We are recessed. I don't want to make all of the council happy, so we're just recessed. So it is 1:15, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. And we're going to move in our agenda. I'm going to make a slight adjustment because the person's here in the room to 7.1, title of Chief Elected Official, Ms. Vanderkoop. Sorry to spring that on you, but.
Oh, no problem. I am ready. So I bring to you today Policy 3-2, Title of Chief Elected Official, as part of Council's ongoing review of current policies, particularly those that have not been reviewed for more than 4 years. Policy 3-2, Title of Chief Elected Official, is part of that review. During the development of the electoral boundaries and council composition bylaw, it was determined that this appointment would be better suited in the bylaw rather than a standalone policy. Now that it is in the bylaw, administration recommends for council to rescind this policy. So the recommended motion today is that council rescind policy -3-2, title of chief elected official.
Okay, thank you for that. So this policy has become redundant because we haven't included the titles in the electoral boundaries bylaw and council composition. So what we are looking for is a motion to rescind policy 3-2, title of chief elected official. Are there any questions, discussion, comment, motions? Councillor Forbes, please.
I'd make the motion to rescind policy 3-2, title of the chief elected official.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to rescind policy 3-2, title of the chief elected official. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to go back to the future and go to 5.4.3, Travel Drumheller Innovation and Collaboration Discussion. Welcome back, Ms. Gabrant, and anytime you're ready.
All right, thank you, Council. Economic Development was approached by Travel Drumheller on an upcoming collaboration and networking opportunity available to businesses in Kneehill County, and they've extended an invite for 5 spots from Kneehill County Administration and Council. Currently, 1 staff member from Economic Development is able to attend, leaving 4 additional openings should Council wish to participate. The workshop is an opportunity for local leaders and businesses to connect and kickstart their business momentum for 2025. The workshop is led by Unbound Thinking, a group that helps organizations understand the complexities and interconnections of their operating systems. Participants can expect to hear and learn from local success stories, emerging trends, innovation, and the power of collaboration. The session will be held on January 29th from 9 to 3 p.m. at Drum Distilling, and lunch is provided. There is an additional opportunity to network and socialize at the close of the session. The event will host up to 30 businesses, and Economic Development has also extended invitations to businesses within the county, as has Travel Drumheller, and I think right now we have 3 that have confirmed from Kneehill. Kneehill County business benefits in attending are to connect with tourism businesses in the county and beyond, to learn how businesses are preparing for the upcoming year and beyond, to learn how innovation can turn into action, and to learn how, as leaders, we can collaborate to support business retention and expansion. Through this initiative, administration and council can learn more on the benefits of programs Travel Drumheller is offering and how their programs and services are supporting businesses and growing the tourism sector. Administration is seeking confirmation from council if there is an interest in attending, and if so, to advise administration of participation to be booked accordingly, and confirmation should be received by January 17th. And additionally, administration is seeking council support in just spreading the word on this event within the region, and businesses participating in the initiative will play an active role not only in shaping the plan, but also overseeing implementation. Oh, sorry. I grabbed the wrong RFD. I had my paper and I flipped over the wrong side, so my apologies. All right, so yeah, we're just seeking confirmation if you're interested. And just your financial and staffing implications would be travel and/or per diem as per policy 3-1. So the attachment is there for you to review on the event. And like I say, you can RSVP through to me and I can email Danny, or you guys can email Danny directly at Travel Drum to participate.
Okay, any discussion, questions, comment, direction? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think whenever we're invited to be part of another community's initiatives, it's great to show appreciation by attending, and I'm sure there'll be lots to learn from it as well. So I would like to make the motion to appoint up to 4 council members to attend the Travel Drumheller Innovation and Collaboration Workshop on January 29th.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion that council appoint up to 4. That's how you phrased it, was it not? Council members to attend the Travel Drumheller Innovation and Collaboration Workshop on January 29th, 2025. Any discussion to the motion? Not seeing any. All right, so that means we're prepared to ask the question. I'm not seeing a lot of affirmation on that either. All right, since there's no discussion and there doesn't seem to be any preparation, I'm going to go ahead anyway and ask the question. So the motion is that council appoint up to 4 council members to attend the Travel Drumheller Innovation and Collaboration Workshop on January 29th, 2025. I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So the next item or order of business would be for councillors to let Ms. Gabrant know if you're planning to attend, and I think that would be the appropriate method. That way we don't go over the allotted 4 places.
Do we want to discuss it as a council since we use the word appoint?
Pardon?
Do we have to discuss that as a council since we use the word appoint? Sorry. We said appoint, so that means we maybe need to decide who the 4 are today now, do we?
Sure, if you would like to do that, let's do that.
Okay, well, I'd like to volunteer.
Okay, we have 1. I will not be attending.
I'd like to go.
So we have Cape and Wild Rose Futures represented. And Councillor Cunningham says, sorry, Mr. Hogan?
I was just,
Oh, pointing. She had her hand up.
Oh, I caught that hand,
Yeah.
and I heard her voice.
Yeah.
And Councillor Whitstock. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wonderful.
Councillor Christie, Councillor McGee, Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Whitstock, or Deputy Reeve McGee, sorry. All right. So we've got that covered.
That's it.
And is that it for you today?
That's it for me today. I thank you for listening to us for the morning. I really appreciate it.
You're probably tired of talking to us now anyway. so.
Never.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gerbrandt. And enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Okay, moving on in our agenda then, we will go to 7.2, which is Master Rates Bylaw 1912. And Ms. Vanderkool, I see you are the individual who's designated here, so anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. So today I bring you the Master Rates Bylaw. The Master Rates Bylaw is a document we bring back every year. It usually follows the budget approval, as there are usually some rates that have been adjusted during this process. While we update those rates, it's also a great chance for administration to review all the other rates that we charge. As a result of that review, we've have 2 new proposed fees that are outlined in Attachment A. The first new proposed fee is under the Planning and Development section as an additional fee, which we have named notification on behalf of applicant. In some instances, applicants are often required to notify adjacent landowners as part of their application process. However, due to FOIP legislation, we are not allowed to give out mailing addresses of landowners. To address this, the Planning Department can assist by creating the mailing labels, and then they put the label on the self-addressed stamped envelope that's provided by the applicant, and then we take that envelope to the post office and mail. The second new proposed fee is the gravel stockpile lease rate. Council approved the gravel stockpile lease policy back in October, and the policy states that the rate will be set out in the master rates bylaw. Additionally, we have existing fees that administration proposes to amend. First up is the dust control rate. Dust control is a cost recovery service we provide, and we won't know the rates until for the service until April. The rate always comes to council for approval before we advertise. Therefore, we propose that the 2025 dust control rate be as per council resolution. The second change has to do with non-residential garbage tipping fees. As per council motion, that was made back in August. Our landfill is now restricted to ratepayers and residents as of January 1st, 2025. So administration removed these rates from the bylaw. Another cost associated with garbage, as we propose to amend, is the Hamlet residential pickup. Administration would like to increase this to $55 from the current $50, and this is due to increase in service costs. The last section for amendment today is water rates. Council had in-depth discussions about these rates during the 2025 budget deliberations and agreed that the bulk water rates be increased by 30 cents per cubic meter and the distribution water systems be increased by 20 cents per cubic meter. That means that the bulk water station rate will be $5.15 per cubic meter, and the Huxley Wimborne well system will be at $2.55, and the rest of the distribution system will be at $4.05 per cube meter. Because this is a bylaw, we need 3 readings from council to become in effect. If all 3 readings are done at one sitting, then unanimous consent to hold 3rd reading needs to be done as well. That concludes my report. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. What's the word?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vanderkool. Councillor Phobes, please.
So on inspections for municipalities, which would be on page 168, it says that your mileage is done at the current rate of CRA. For 2025, that is 72 cents. But if I look at your safety codes inspection build at 75 cents per kilometer, why is there the difference if we're following the CRA? Why is not that one at 72 as well? Just asking. So on 168, on page 168 under inspections for municipalities, it shows $40 an hour plus the current CIRA mileage rate. But then on page 173, let me get down here, 2 and 3, it looks like you have the mileage under fire safety codes investigation services at 75 cents. So are we not following the CRAs, or how did you come up with the, not that 3 cents makes a difference, it's just someone looking at this is wondering, if we're following CRA, why is it not being followed through the whole entire master rates bylaw, is what I got asked.
I'm not too sure what contracts we have for fire safety codes. Maybe Director Gannon could explain that.
Mr. Gannon, if you would, please.
Thank you, through the chair. We'd have to look into that a little bit more clear. It does look different to me as well, so I'll find out what that reasoning is and get that back to council.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Deputy Reid McGee, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Cunningham.
your very first fee, the new one for sending out notices to landowners, are we providing stamps and envelopes and time, or just the action?
No, they supply the envelope and the stamp. We provide the label, and then we take it to the mail. So then they can't view those, so they don't see the actual addresses.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
So that was kind of part of my question on that. And then just to be clear, like with the planning, they are paying an additional fee, obviously, on top of that for whatever service they're doing, correct? Like there's a fee for whether they're subdividing or developing or whatever, right? Okay, so this is in addition to that fee that they're paying, okay. And then just remind me, because a lot's happened since October, the gravel stockpile lease, that is on sites that we as a municipality rent from landowners, is that correct? Okay.
That is correct, and the policy states that the rate will be in the master rates bylaw. But because that's a new policy, it was not in our previous bylaw.
Councillor Christie.
Curiosity on the private sewage disposal fees. Lagoons are allowed now or not allowed? I think last time I talked to Barb, they're still allowed.
A planning person.
I don't think, lagoons have never been taken away. I think they've always been allowed, still under certain circumstances. Yeah.
But there's no fee on that, so that's why I was curious.
Sorry, you said 182 was the page number? Private sewage just.
One page up? All right, because you're at that bottom. There we go.
Interesting, there is no classification for lagoon in that list of disposal fees. My understanding is that lagoons are still allowed, but just have to meet the setbacks and the other qualifications to have one, so. Mr. Gannon, you had a comment.
Thank you. Because the exceptional team I have behind me, they're sending me lots of information on this right off the bat. So I just want to be able to convey that to you. The lagoons are allowed. They're an accepted form of treatment through the province. There are definitely regulations that have to go through it. The fee for a contractor would be $250 and $300 for a homeowner.
Page 179. Under sewer systems, private sewer disposal system, open discharge is 300.
300. Yep, great. Yep.
They also wanted to stipulate, sorry, through the chair, is that we do not get a lot of applications for them.
Well, I can tell you from my personal experience, had I had opportunity to do a lagoon system, I definitely would have done that over a field, because a field is much higher in cost than any lagoon would be, so. So I have a question around the rationale for the change in Hamlet garbage pickup. And the change in the rate there from 50 a month to 55, or bi-monthly to 55. Did we have a change in contract with our service provider, or is there a reason why the service costs have increased, and what are we reflecting there?
Through the chair, I'll defer that to Mr. Zier.
Mr. Zier then, please.
Thank you for that. So for the residential garbage pickup, we have extended the contract one more year while we renegotiate the contract in that with our current service provider. Looking back at the contract, it has had an escalator year after year on there. We haven't necessarily responded by updating our fees to correlate with that. So we have looked at what our current year rate is divided by our number of things. This is a cost recovery basis.
Okay, so this actually is reflecting an escalator that was built into the contract, and so we are actually recognizing the fact that we are paying more than we were originally.
Correct, through the chair.
Okay, no, that's good information, thank you. Are there any other questions related to the information in front of us? Mr. Gannon, since your team is giving you information, did they respond to the 70 CRA and the 75-cent thing?
Through the chair, not at this time. We're going to have to dig down on that one. Should there require an amendment, it probably would just be our recommendation should there be no, to match the CRA rate. I think that's one area, but I need to confer with the team. Thank you.
Okay, so then the question that I would have is, are we prepared to go forward with the two separate rates with the understanding that it might be adjusted, or what do we want to do? Mr. Gannon.
Through the chair, my recommendation is just make the change with the CRA rate. 1 cent on this will not make, we'll spend more in administrative time in the background, bring this back to council than the rate would entail.
Okay, so we're going to amend the master rates bylaw just to reflect the CRA mileage rate wherever mileage is being charged.
Under those two that were brought forward, correct?
Okay. All right, those are the fire inspection ones, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions or discussion? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So I know we will deal with the dust control in the spring, and we considered a cost recovery service. Can you folks just remind me, going back to budget, did it not come out that we actually were profitable on the dust control side of the budget?
Mr. Zier.
Thank you. So through the chair, every April, administration brings back the review of previous year's costs. Those include both the product as well as some intangible costs, basically where we're looking at labor, fuel, equipment, gravel. We put all that into the equation as well. So looking at the actual budget expenses versus revenues, yes, there is a discrepancy on that, but because it's covered under the remaining operational GLs of the county.
So are you saying that we didn't actually make a profit in the gravel and the dust control application last year, but we did have higher revenues because of increased amount of dust control that was done? Because there was some information in there where it was projected to be X and it was Y, and Y was higher than X, and I think the explanation was we had done more miles than what we had previously determined.
So through the chair, the revenues that came in and the expenses that went out, were primarily the product in that GL code. So it did not incorporate, so the revenues were much higher than the expenses because we didn't incorporate the gravel into that GL. It was in a separate operational budget. Same with salaries, same with fuel, same with equipment, all those sort of things. So there is a discrepancy, much higher revenues you'll see every year than our actual expenses on that, but that's because we only expense the product, and we do use a contractor for the oil application, but those are the only costs that go into that.
Okay.
Does that clarify?
So basically what you're saying is on the expense side, we're just showing the product that we're putting down and or maybe the custom work of an applicator in case of oil. On the income side, we're showing not only that product, but we're also showing greater time. We're showing gravel that's applied to those roads when that work is done, and a number of other intangibles, as you said.
Through the chair, so the fee that we charge incorporates all of that, and that's why we have a higher fee. If we had eliminated all of that out, it wouldn't be a cost recovery basis, but it would just tie product to product, which, I mean, yeah, we'll look at what the actual breakdown of it is in April here, but I'm anticipating the last 3 years have been pretty consistent with that same ratio of expenses to revenue.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any further questions related to the master rates bylaw? And is someone prepared to make a motion to approve as amended? With the amendments just basically being that mileage charge. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we give first reading to bylaw 1912, that being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, and permits and services with the amendments we discussed.
Okay. So we do have a motion that we give first reading to bylaw 1912 as amended, that being a bylaw to establish rates, fees, and charges for various operations, products, permits, and services. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Councillor Christie.
I make this motion to, I'm going to find it here. I move the second reading of bylaw 1912 as amended.
Okay, thank you for that.
I do it.
Sometimes it's easy to lose your place. All right, so we do have a motion that we give second reading to bylaw 1912 as amended. Mr. Hogan, you had a comment, please?
Just for clarity, we won't require the as amended part.
After the first, okay. Sorry.
You amended the bylaw in the first motion. Now your second reading is the bylaw as it's already been amended.
Okay.
I accept that.
Thank you for that clarification. So we have a motion to give second reading to bylaw 1912. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Councillor Whitstock.
I would like to move that council give unanimous consent for third and final reading of bylaw 1912.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor that we give unanimous consent for third and final reading to bylaw 1912. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated. All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is 7.3, RMA meeting with Minister McIver. And Mr. Hogan, this one is yours.
Thank you. Through the chair, council has seen this type of request before as we approach the RMA conventions. This one is from the municipal engagement team on behalf of Minister McIver, who is the Minister of Municipal Affairs. As usual, they're questioning if municipalities would like to arrange a meeting time or a potential meeting or request a meeting with the minister during convention. Similar to other years, they are indicating that they will likely not be able to accommodate all requests that they receive. So they are looking that any municipality that is requesting some time with the minister provide a list of topics and some background. We have put in the RFD the criteria that they use to assess those requests. Those are directly from the communications with the municipal engagement team.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, question, comment? So it's up to us as council whether we want to request a meeting or not. If we are, we need to determine what we would like to have conversation with Minister McIver on. And then administration would provide the details and the request. So any comment, question, discussion? So administration is looking for direction from one way or another. Deputy Reeve McGee.
The items that come to my mind, I think RMA are handling quite well, so I would like to make the motion that we opt to not request a meeting with the minister.
Okay. So we have, do we need a, sorry, Mr. Hogan, do we need a motion or just give you direction that we're not going to request that meeting?
That would be, even through you, Mr. Chair, even the direction to not request the meeting would come through a resolution, so this is appropriate. So you can either accept it for information, which indicates we're not going to do anything with it, or council opt not to request a meeting with the minister is a fine motion as well.
Okay, good enough. Just wanted that clarification. All right, so Councillor Whitstock.
Just a question. We have until January the 24th to make a decision. Something could come up before January 24th. Just the way things are going in maybe our southern neighbors. There might be something that comes forward that we will be in conflict with. So I don't know. Do we want to just leave it open and deal with it? When's our next council meeting?
8th.
Okay, so that's not going to work in either.
Yeah, we don't have council until after the deadline.
All right. I don't know. I would hate to say no right now and then something come up in the meantime. But I guess there's no way that we can have something come up in the meantime and have a response to it. So.
Through the chair, that's, yeah, this is the only council meeting we had opportunity to bring this to. There is anything that did come up would have to be directly applicable to municipal affairs for us to request a meeting with Minister McIver. So there's that other aspect as well.
No problem. Councillor Phopes, you had a question?
I did. After having a discussion, I was trying to remember when the company that decided to change our land classification. Is this a conversation that we can have with Mr. McIver?
Mr. Hogan, thoughts?
Through the chair, my initial thought is that's not a direct matter within the realm of municipal affairs. There are other ministries that would probably be more applicable to.
Okay. Good question. It's a reasonable question, absolutely. Yep. Okay, so we still have a motion on the floor, and that is that we opt not to request the meeting with Minister McIver. Any further discussion, question, or comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Sorry, no, I'm not opposed.
Okay, that motion is carried unanimous. It's a delayed vote.
I am voting like the French.
She's voting like she's on video.
Right. Delayed video.
Yep. Okay, no problem, as long as we all know what we're doing. Next item on our agenda is 7.4, Kneehill County Village of Acme Extension Agreement. And Mr. Hogan, this is you as well.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. This extension agreement is similar to the ones that Council has seen as previous meetings with our other municipal partners. So its function, given that we know, or we are led to believe that the province is going to be announcing changes to the ICF frameworks and processes in the spring, we have a number of expiring or expired agreements that the municipalities have looked at and said it might be best to wait until after those announcements to dig into the renegotiation or the long-term extension of those agreements. And so this document that's being proposed to Council is simply to extend the existing agreements on the same terms and conditions, similar to what we did with our other municipal partners. The one difference in this particular document was an addition at the request of the Village of Acme. That's that point 2, that the Village of Acme and Kneehill County ICF representatives will meet after April 1st, 2025 and complete negotiations of ICF-related agreements prior to September 30th. So the Village requested that addition. We've included it in the proposed document that we're recommending that Council endorse.
Okay, so we're expecting the government to give direction in the spring of 2025, and Acme's requesting meetings after that clarification by the government. Okay, and I have a question, I guess. In the document, the extension agreement, it refers to enforcement services agreement. Are we still providing enforcement services to the Village of Acme?
Through the chair, we are on one level. The Village of Acme does also have another entity that's providing some enforcement services for them as well. So they have a couple of mechanisms that they're currently employing.
Okay, so we're not totally out of the picture as far as enforcement is concerned within the Village of Acme?
Not totally, no.
Okay. All right, I just was curious about that. I'd heard some conversation around not being involved there. Okay, so we have a recommendation that we sign this extension agreement with the Village of Acme with the understanding that they have some timeline expectations placed in that. Is there any further discussion or question related to the request from administration that we approve or authorize the REEV and CAO to sign the Kneehill County Village of Acme extension agreement? Any further discussion? Councillor Forbes.
Under your follow-up actions, it says you will inform Linden. Are we informing Linden or Acme?
Through the chair, that should be Acme.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd be looking for a motion. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that Council authorize the REEV and CAO to sign the Kneehill County Village of Acme Extension Agreement.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion that we authorize the REEV and CAO to sign the Kneehill County Village of Acme Extension Agreement. Is there any further discussion to the motion? Not seeing any, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we are now in our agenda, we are at 8.1, which is disposition of delegation and public hearing business, in this case a delegation from AltaLink, 8.1. Ms. Vanderkoel.
Thank you, Reeve. So Colin Harvey and Stephanie Mitchell presented to council this morning. They're from AltaLink, and their desired objective of their presentation today was for information purposes and to update council on the Lone Butte Solar Connections project. So the recommended motion from administration would be that council receive for information the AltaLink presentation regarding the Lone Butte Solar Connection project.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any discussion to this particular item, or is someone prepared to make a motion that we receive for information? Councillor Forbes.
So moved.
Okay, so we do have a motion from Councillor Forbes that we receive for information the AltaLink presentation regarding the Lone Butte Solar Connection project. And thank you for that. any further discussion related to the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, moving right along. 8.2, Travel Drumheller request to support agritourism in Kneehill County. And again, Ms. Vanderkoel, is this you bringing this back to us?
Well, it was actually Wendy that was going to present this. So Kevin's checking to see where she's at. I could start it for you if you want me to.
Well, no, we could jump that one and just skip into council and committee reports and come back. Mr. Hogan.
I was just saying, I could feel this one as well, if council wanted to.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
So the request that's really in front of council for this is, Travel Drumheller is really looking for council's endorsement to move forward with this and to develop a program. So in talking with Mr. Gannon, with Ms. Gerbrand, the request here is they're looking for the council's endorsement in principle that we're able to move, or they, not we, but they are able to move forward with a type of event as was presented here. We recognize that if they were to do that, there's some assistance they would like from the county or require, so that's requires some staff time and work connecting them with previous vendors and some of those tasks in the background. We've looked at that and feel that can be accommodated and are supportive of that approach administratively. If council opted to support Travel Drumheller in principle, we do anticipate that once more of a event or program was formalized, that would come back. The presenters today indicated there would be potentially a financial contribution, a small one, but never actually defined what that was. So there are some questions there that once something was developed, that there would be a more formal number to come back to. What we're really looking for is council's endorsement that we can work with them to move the project forward. And again, this would be similar to some of the other discussions council's had today. This would be the county playing a support role, but not being the driver of the event.
Okay, so I understood in the presentation that the request for financial assistance, if any, was going to be small, and that they were looking for that collaboration side plus an endorsement on our part for them to move forward as a pilot to try to, based on what I understood that he was saying, they were going to use it as an opportunity to do training and other things for the travel industry in that area and for youth and others. So comments, discussion, questions related to this particular request on the part of Travel Drumheller to support an agritourism event in Kneehill County. Councillor Forbes, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Just because of the conversations that we had earlier around utilities not being there, they understand that there's no utilities currently at that site. So if that is an issue, how are they going to move forward is a real question I have.
So my understanding is this would be an event similar to the long table we've done in the past. It wouldn't include the market component. And I'm pretty sure that they understand this environment that's there. Mr. Hogan, do you want to clarify?
I think Mr. Reeve, through you, that clarification you provided is accurate, I think. They were talking more about a long table event. It might not look the same as the long tables that we've put on, but more akin to that type of event. So I think the idea that they're presenting here is trying taking lessons learned from the past and putting something in place to see if there's a different thing that can go forward long term. Like I said, that's part of why administratively we're supportive of it. This would be us helping a bit in the background, but largely being driven by an entity other than the county.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Just to elaborate a little bit through the chair, is that our intention is to try to way to support them similar than when the movie industry does come here. So the area where we've normally had the long table, they may choose another area. So it would go through a permit system. It would look at what is viable, what are the safety concerns and things like that to work with the proponent to make sure they have a successful event. while still having the opportunity where visitors can come and use the area. So there'd be a lot of that working with administration in the background, and should council choose to move forward with that, we look forward to working with them on it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. One of the things that I was particularly interested in Mr. Page's presentation was around the potential for spin-offs into other locations and maybe less costly events that would be more inclusive, whereas they're considering this as pretty much a showcase Kneehill and Kneehill ag production, food production within Kneehill, and they're trying to learn lessons and look at how that might develop into a broader program. And so to me, that was interesting that they were looking not at this event as a standalone, but this event as a, I'm going to use the word pilot, it's not quite the word I want, but as a pilot event to see if there's a possibility to expand that into a greater audience. So, any further discussion, question, or comment? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Sorry, I'm losing where I want to start because I have a couple things. I'm interested to know if administration is seeing this as a collaboration where we will have some form of administration staff be part of that discussion. I believe we have a staff person who does attend Travel Drumheller committee meetings. Is that correct? And, or is it that we are looking at this as, you know, yep, come use our space, go for it, and we are glad you're doing it, and that's all we're doing. Like, I'm not sure what's the scope of our engagement with this project?
Mr. Hogan or Mr. Gannon, do you want to address that?
Through the chair, one thing, we do have a staff member that attends the Travel Drumheller meetings, so that's that question. And in terms of our involvement right now, I believe what's been portrayed is that we would be helping to provide some of the connections that we've utilized in the past. So whether that was the farms that we've procured the food from, stuff like that. So there are those. As we get into more information, or the Travel Drumheller starts to develop more of the program, there might be other asks that come forward, and we don't know what all of those are now. So as an example, Mr. Gannon mentioned the permitting, the event permitting system. Perhaps one of the financial contributions the county makes is to waive that fee, right? That could be an example. Possibly providing some funding. There might be some prep work that the county chooses to do, depending on the site that they choose. Those are speculations on my part right now. We don't know that. I think the one thing that we can be fairly confident of is helping to provide some of those connections to local producers. The term in the presentation came up a number of times, farm to fork. That connection to the farms that we're hoping to provide food from, that would be some of the activities undertaken by staff. So again, there would be a resource commitment by the county. We feel that can be absorbed and within what we're doing now. But I'll defer to Mr. Gannon if there's anything else he'd like to add.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Our intent is to be a stakeholder, not a project manager on this. So we're here to help and support in any way as any economic development organization wishes us to help. Should there be a large ask, those are items that would bring back to council for consideration. Should there be a budget allocation that is requested that's over and above what we've already got established for support or mechanisms for support. So right now, from our understanding, is they want to take this on as a pilot project. We're going to give them our findings of what we've learned from doing the event. We want them to be successful, as we'd want any economic program to move forward. So we're expecting those asks. As the presenter said, we don't know what that looks like yet, nor do they. They just want to make sure that they have support of the county to move forward with this first and foremost before they put that level of effort or understand those asks.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I enjoyed their presentation, but I'm just still sitting here trying to get my head wrapped around what it is the ask is for. And from what I'm hearing from everybody, really, this is going to be their initiative, Travel Drumheller initiative. It's almost like, in essence, we will let them use our site, but really, we won't be partners in this project. And like kind of what you said, if they're going to be successful, maybe then this will just become a Travel Drumheller project going forward. And again, we're just the renter of the space. Like I'm just really unclear about what, I guess the RFD states that you folks are going to, the administration is going to determine potential areas of collaboration. So maybe there's going to be more information coming forward on this, but I'm just not 100% really sure where this is all going, if that makes any sense.
Well, I know when Mr. Page was here and made his presentation that he did say at this point in time, they haven't moved very far into the development of what they are proposing, because first and foremost, they were looking to understand or see if there was any support from Kneehill County for them to do this. So my anticipation would be, and based on what I'm hearing from administration, my anticipation would be that if there's a ask that's beyond minimal, it's going to come to us. We're going to see it. And if there's a funding request, we are going to see that. And so the development of what this might look like, he needs to know whether we're supportive and whether we're willing to collaborate in moving it forward so that he could start planning. At this point, he hasn't even started planning. So when I look at his presentation and his delegation request form, he says to present and seek permission, approval, and collaboration from council on piloting or repiloting the long table event to start to build some training and development opportunities within the region for current businesses, youth, and others. And then the desired resolution is to seek support, permission, and collaboration to promote and organize the long table event in the summer 2025 in Kneehill County. So he basically sat in his presentation and said, I need to know if you're interested. If you're interested, then I'm going to move forward in my planning. And he also said that the ask from us in terms of finances was going to be small. And from what I'm hearing from administration, the expectation is they're going to probably anticipate that the county will be asked for information on how we have done the event in the past, who we've used as vendors and contacts for food and so on. And, you know, as far as facilities and tents and all that kind of stuff, what did our program look like? And then they're going to build something and come back and say, this is what we're thinking of doing. Am I way off, or Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, I'd say that's a fairly accurate summation of it. To boil it down, I think what I'd put towards council, to boil it down simply, is council's had some discussions about the purpose of the long table dinner, whether it should continue. As a council, you've made the choice that that at the present time, the county won't be putting on the long table dinner. What we really have here is a outside entity or a third-party entity who sees value in some type of long table event, maybe not the exact same one that we were running, but some type of event, and wants to spearhead organizing it and putting it on. And they're looking for us just to endorse them to put in that work. Administratively, we're recommending that we do this. It does help. We feel that there is assistance here in providing that farm to fork type of engagement. That's a benefit to our producers. It helps showcase Horseshoe Canyon, and essentially if we're able to deliver some type of event like that where we are playing some assistance role, we see that as a plus. There is an activity or an event that can go forward, but the primary funder, organizer, and driver of it is a party that is not the county, even though we will have some smaller roles to play.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to request to go into closed session for this item, whether it's later at closed session or right now. I'll leave that up to you, Reeve, but I have some intergovernmental relation conversation I'd like to have about this.
Okay, so we've had a request to have a closed session discussion related to this item. So I'm assuming you made that a motion, Deputy Reeve McGee?
It is, yeah.
Okay. And so this would be on intergovernmental relations,
Section 21.
which is section 21 under FOIP. All right, I'm not anticipating there'll be a lengthy discussion.
I don't know.
Oh, okay, so, all right. Okay, so I do have a motion that we go into closed session related to section 24 of FOIP, intergovernmental relations. Section 21. All those in favor? Okay, motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so we had a motion to come out of closed session at 2:47. We recessed the meeting to allow the return of the general public and the gallery. It's now 2:48, and I am going to call our meeting back to order. And we are dealing with 8.2 Travel Drumheller request to support agri-tourism in Kneehill County. And Councillor McGee, I'm going to allow you to make comment.
Yeah, I want to share that I've been in conversation with some local residents who are working together to form a group that had this very, they're very excited about the long table and wanted to see this move forward. I'm hoping that there might be a role that they could play in this project. They haven't formally formed the group yet, but it's definitely looking promising that they will be. And and having said that, I want to be sure that this project doesn't overshadow or undermine the opportunity for our local residents to have a role in this project. So I want to just bring forward that needs to be some of the discussion as it gets developed, is that our residents would like to be part of making good things happen around a long table if it works out. So that's one of my concerns about going forward, is that by endorsing this fully and not recognizing those people who've been in contact with me would be inappropriate of me to have done.
Okay, so part of our discussion around this whole project was definitely to acknowledge the fact that there is a partnership that's been proposed that's probably beneficial for Kneehill County. There is an opportunity perhaps for, as Mr. Page said, for training and development of skills for our local people in terms of hosting and developing events like this, or much lower key events, but similar in intent. And so at this point in time, where my understanding, based on conversation, that council's prepared to, in principle, endorse the idea of the Travel Drumheller proposal, and we're asking administration to determine where the areas of potential collaboration would be. So that's where we are in our conversation at this point. Is there any other discussion, comment that councillors would like to make? And then I would be looking for someone to make a motion to move forward on this particular item. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think this is a fabulous idea, and like I said, so long as we keep some of our Kneehill people engaged in part of this process, that would be my dream way, but we'll see how it goes forward. But definitely we need to see this go forward in some way or another. So I would like to make the motion that council endorse the Travel Drumheller proposal in principle and direct administration to determine potential areas of collaboration.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to endorse the Travel Drumheller proposal in principle and to direct administration to determine where the potential areas of collaboration are. Any further discussion to the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're now in our agenda at point 9, which is council and committee reports. The first item in that would be Kneehill Housing Corporation, 9.1. And Councillor Forbes, I'm going to assume this is you.
Well, actually, it wasn't me who
Oh, okay,
submitted it.
Councillor Cunningham.
It was my
Your partner.
my partner over there.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham, please.
Really nothing to report, just I had sent the minutes in from our last meeting and our organizational meeting. So I guess if there's any questions that arise from that, just direct them to either Councillor Forbes or myself.
I'll add to that. Thank you for taking on chairperson and for being on that group. You guys are doing a great job of making things move along, and I just want to say it was great to see who you have as your group and the work that you guys are doing.
So in the conversation around budget and so on, the 2025 budget was presented. Is there any idea where we're going to end up on the requisition side of the equation, or that's yet to be determined?
That'll be determined at our next meeting, which is happening tomorrow.
Okay, all right. And so further information's coming?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Any other questions related to Kneehill housing? And thank you for submitting those minutes. 9.2, Women in Business. Councillor Cunningham again, please.
So just wanted to give you folks an update. I'm part of this Mountain View and Neighbors Women in Business Awards luncheon. I did forward to Mr. Hogan and to council some information this morning. So we'll maybe have to collaborate later just to know like if we're going to do any of this on social media or how that's going to go forward. They do have a Facebook page, and like I said, we will get posters out. Nominations are open until February 21st. There's some different categories: women in agriculture, women in energy, women in hospitality and tourism, women in business for profit, and women in business for not profit, and then women of influence. I'm on a committee with Reeve Angela Albers from Mountain View County and Reeve Michelle Swanson from Clearwater County. So one of our roles has been to invite the ministers. So we've invited Minister Schultz, Minister Furr, Minister Nixon, Speaker Cooper, and then we are all taking our areas and inviting all the mayors within the urban municipalities there. So check it out. Let me know if you have any questions. It is at the Old Pomeroy Inn, like I said, March 7th. Nominations close February 21st. So yeah, it's going to be a really great event. We're going to have a speaker that's still being, I'm not on that committee, so they're still working on that, but looking forward to it being a really great event. So let me know if you have any questions.
Can you give me the date again, sorry?
March 7th, and it'll start at 11 and go till like about 2 or 3, just depending. And that's at the Old Pomeroy Inn and Suites.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions or other comment other than, if not, I'm going to move on to 9.3, which is the Torrington Firefighter Appreciation Night, and Councillor Phobes.
Thank you. On January 11th, the Torrington Firefighters Award Night was held to honor the dedication of our firefighters in Torrington and the surrounding area who protect the way of life from disasters within Kneehill County. This exceptional service extends beyond the firefighters themselves to their families who support their loved ones' desire to protect and assist those in needs during some of the most challenging times. I wish to also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the county's Fire Chief Dan Marcellus and Protective Services Deb Grossville for acknowledging these unsung heroes who put their lives on the line to protect all of us, whether on a fire call or a roadside assistance. Your hard work and dedication to this county does not go unnoticed, and your initiative in organizing this service awards night is deeply appreciated. I'd also like to say thank you to all the firefighters who protect and serve the residents of Kneehill County. Your commitment and bravery are truly commendable.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Phobes. I know I was there that evening, and I'll quote a famous councillor from Kneehill County who said, all that fancy equipment's of no value without the human component. And so the firefighters who serve in all our communities are extremely important and valued, and we need to acknowledge that. All that equipment's of no use without a human element, and so that's very, very critical to acknowledge that. So, Councillor Christie.
I don't have anything to say because you both said it well. Thank you.
Oh, can I just say?
Yes, Councillor Phobes, please.
Not that I'm saying that the other firefighters who didn't receive awards were good, but there were two that are over 35 years?
32 years.
32 years.
Yeah.
So that is commendable that they've wanted to serve our area for 32 years. Oh, yes, Wayne Albright and Derek Benedict.
Yep. Yep. Thank you. All right. It's official now, so I can tell you I wasn't going to say anything, but I did get an email today about it. So Trochu Housing Corporation has a signed contract with Carolyn Kung, and she's now their fundraising coordinator. consultant for Trochu Housing, so she'll be going to work for Trochu Housing Corporation.
Yes.
Yep. So, just for your awareness. We have a valuable person in the community who is going to continue to contribute in great ways, so we're very happy about that. All right, if there's no further on council and committee reports, I would entertain a motion to accept for information. Councilor Probst?
So moved.
Okay. I've had a request for a break, but I want to deal with, can we deal with follow-up action list first?
Yes,
Okay, we have a motion to receive for information, council committee reports, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Council follow-up action list. 10.0, anybody, any questions, comment, concern? I'm not seeing any, not hearing anything. I really almost hate to let this go by without putting somebody on the hot seat, but actually, Mr. Gannon, I had you in mind. I'm just wondering where we are in the acknowledgement world.
Thank you through the chair. We have talked to a couple of consulting companies out there that actually do this. So we're looking at still having that in front of council for first quarter.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions related to follow-up action? If not, I would entertain a motion to receive the follow-up action list as presented. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. All right, so I've had a request for a break, so we are going to be in recess to 3:10.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
I know I can't go back in. My bladder is not gonna make it.
Okay, it's 3:10, and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And the next number of items that are on the agenda are closed session items. So I'm going to ask for a motion to go into closed session. We have disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, FOIP Section 25, intergovernmental relations, FOIP Section 21, personal privacy, FOIP Section number 17. So we have 3 items under intergovernmental relations, Section 21, 1 under personal privacy, FOIP Section 17, and 1 under disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, FOIP Section 25. So would someone care to move us into a closed session? Councilor Christie, thank you for that motion. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we had a motion to come out of closed session at 4:29. We recessed to allow the return of the public. It is now 4:30. I'll call our meeting back to order. We have one motion coming out of the closed session. And that motion is that council provide a written response to the ratepayer letter received
So moved.
Mr. Hogan, that's pretty much as discussed in closed session, yep. That's adequate, Mr. Hogan?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so we have a motion that we provide a written response to the ratepayer letter received as we discussed in closed session. Any comment? If not, I'm gonna ask the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. All right, if there's no other items of business, and I don't see any on our agenda, it is our favorite time, motion to adjourn at 4:32.
There. Now we
All
can
right.
stand up.
Thank you for your patience and your time. We are adjourned.